Hello, 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 hello. How are we doing, my dear viewers? As usual, we're just going to start in with a little bit of music. Welcome to the stream. This is the Redpills and Red Rocks podcast with your host, Avidan. Welcome to Triangulum Australe, as well as Mad Pax and Taz Media is already in the chat. Say hello to those that are in chat, for those that are coming in, and we'll be right with you now in just a couple of minutes. These are the Gypsy Kings, but not Hotel California this time. I thought this one was quite good.
61, 62, ça y est?
Ese amor llega así, esta manera, no tiene la culpa. Caballo le dan sabana, porque muy despreciado, por eso no te perdono llorar. Ese amor llega así, esta manera, no tiene la culpa. Amor de compra y venta, amor del pasado. Ven, 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 ven. Bambolea, porque mi vida yo la prefiero vivir así. Bambolea, porque mi vida yo la prefiero vivir así. No te da perdón de Dios. Tú eres mi vida, la fortuna del destino. El destino te desamparado. Lo mismo ya callé, lo mismo soy yo. No te encuentro lavando. Eres posible, no te encuentro de verdad. Por eso un día no cuento así de nada. Lo mismo ya callé, lo pienso en ti. Bambolea, porque mi vida yo la prefiero vivir así. Bambolea, porque mi vida yo la prefiero vivir así.
Restaurante.
Bambolea, porque mi vida yo la prefiero vivir así. Bambolea, porque mi vida yo la prefiero vivir así. Bambolea, porque mi vida yo la prefiero vivir así. Bambolea, porque mi vida yo la prefiero vivir así. Bambolea, porque mi vida yo la prefiero vivir así. Bambolea, porque mi vida yo la prefiero vivir así.
How did he pull off that voice? Brutal. All right, folks, we're going to start this up. Thank you very much for dropping by. Seems like it's a little bit of a slow night here today. We're looking at Yuletide logs again. Oh, this song will cut me off, actually. Go away, Rolling Stones. You super shilly. Anytime you play any Rolling Stones, it'll cut you right off. Yep. Welcome to those that are coming in. It's good to see you. Good to see you. If you don't mind, if you haven't already, hit the like button. I would appreciate it very much so, as Susan Wojcicki ain't going to help me out anytime soon, like I keep saying. But welcome to the show, all that are in. Mad Pax know about. Maybe it was those tight white pants he was wearing. Maybe that's what was going on there. I don't know how anybody can sing that high for any extended period of time. Or at least guys, anyways. Traffic cams are very useful all over the world, except small islands, of course. Yeah, apparently we can't see too much here today. Although, from what I've heard, I mean, we can see a live up here now. As you can see, it is kind of going. I don't know why they can't get a camera on it. Don't know why. Don't know why at all. But if you do have any cameras or whatever, let me know. I'll put it on up. But that's all we got right now. But welcome to the show. In any case, we got lots to talk about here today. We are going to hit a little bit more on Mr. Dutch Synths as we do the Bushcraft Hour. That will be in 50 minutes from now. We'll cover them both now because they are doing the tag team of grifting. One saying that they are beating the fearmongers, and then he teams up with the biggest fearmonger on YouTube that I can possibly think of. There's not too many that rival Dutch Synths. He will say anything and everything in order for some sort of attention. Yeah, for sure. But welcome to everybody that is in the chat. Let's see what kind of chat I'm missing already. You guys are already chatting up. 60 other genders to keep it square. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course, there must be 60 plus other genders. There must be, indeed. The Congo line dance, that was called Bambaleo. I think that was called by the Gypsy Kings, if you wanted to search that for yourself. And obviously Staying Alive was what just brought us to this point. Man, I'm digging Mr. Juan Antonio's jean jacket. Where'd he find that? 1986? Or I had one like that when I was like a little kid, when I was like in the 90s or something. I don't know. Was jean jackets really the 80s? I don't think it was. It would be much more lighter than this. But he pulls it off like a boss, doesn't he? He does pull it off like a boss. We're taking a little trip, as you can see up in the top left, through the ash-covered La Palma. Yes. I do have some updates. Apparently, we have some people going to hospital because they were shoveling, not snow, but ash off of their roofs. And I know what it's like to shovel snow. I live in a place that has probably the most snow in Canada, at least for a city anyways. And it's not fun. It's not fun. You get lightheaded. And I can only imagine what it's like if, you're not used to shoveling. So you probably don't know how to lift with your legs instead of your back. And when you're going down, going up, going down, it will cause severe lightheadedness. And I'm sure if you're on an angled roof or something like that, that can't be easy to stand up on. So I feel their pain. It's probably worse than I've ever had to deal with. That is one thing that we're hearing. We're getting a lot of hospital visits with that. Might have very much to do with the last update that we did yesterday, saying that they're sending in, I believe it was Army and other companies that are going to be doing some of it. Or some of the snow clearing, or the ash clearing, whatever you want to call it. I'm so used to saying snow clearing. Let's start with the earthquake checkpoint of the day, because I do have some news on that. 1 second. It looks like we do have a resurgence. Not in frequency, but it certainly looks like... hold on, let me fix this up a bit. Okay. And color source, and I got the chat also up right after that. Let's try that again. Earthquakes. What's going on here? It's alright, just give me a moment. OBS is being a pain in the butt for me again. Hold on. I will put this... There we go. Alright, I gotta fix that chat for the live stream. Oh, I boomered it this time. Sorry, I'll get that fixed down 1 second. Alright, So what I'm seeing, we haven't had one in a while now. It has been 2 hours and 10 minutes, but it was a 3.4 at 33 kilometers in depth. That's not the only one that we had here today. We did have a 4.5 at 40, and that was 6 hours ago. So certainly something to take a look into, and a 3.3 at 36. Those were some deep quakes that we're seeing here. There were also swarms of the nominal numbers. But one thing to notice that they seem to be, many of them are surpassing the 3 point something over the past few hours. So that is something to take a look at now. I'm not sure if the seismic activity is going to quit anytime soon. It does look like the frequency is going down indeed, but they are stronger quakes when they come. So something to take a look at. Is there pressure unable to get out? Is it not flowing very well? These are a couple of things that we'll have to see as time goes by. So that is the earthquake checkup of the day. Any questions on that, just let me know. Oh, there was another 4.1. That was in the Azores, though, that are just to the northeast of the area. So that I wouldn't count that as one of them. Let's take a look at the official updates done by our translators. Thank you very much to the translator that did so. They asked to not be named, but we certainly will read it out here. Hold on. This was released today about 2.5 hours ago that this got put in. After a very bad explosive night, this Sunday, the volcano showed us this morning the blue skies for a short while. However, after a few minutes, the columns of ash and gases started again. So we're looking at 3 days straight of very, very heavy ash coming out of the back, and I think even up on the top cone as well. So we'll have to see how that goes. Now there could be some collapsing that's stopping the the lava flow up in the top cone. Darken the skies back again right after that, making the air extremely unfavorable and worrisome for the population in the 5 municipalities in the northwest, but not in Fuencaliente. The gases are all over the place and at different hours. That is just the volcano and the evolution of the meteorology of the area. Let's see. Let me just make sure I got the translation spruced up or whatever for English. The amplitude of the signal of the volcano tremors they're about medium. High levels with intensification pulses, like we were just looking at just then. There are some areas where sometimes that it is actually quite strong compared to some other days that we've had in this week or weekend. Clear indication that eruption will be continuing indeed, and that was according to volcanologist Stavros Melitididis. It's some Greek name I can't pronounce. We cannot give a date for the ending of the volcano process. The process is continuous and it is complex. It is a very unpredictable earthquake or seismic and volcano activity indeed. 42 earthquakes in the last 24 hours. And only 6 felt by the population. So this is pretty good. This is pretty good indeed. I mean, we were looking at least 5 times that last week. Okay, so that's something to look at. Largest magnitude, like we said, is 4.5. So we'll need to wait and see if the tendency will come, or this will be a tendency in time. The lava is getting in old lava tubes without affecting new surfaces and without much movement. So that's pretty good as well. It's funneling to air into the old chutes, and that means a lot of the areas that we were worried about getting covered in lava, they may be saved from this. That's good to know. Good to know indeed. We have Carmen. I forget her first name, but it doesn't matter. It's just some what do you call it? Granho from Volcan. Translation of information for the 7th, saying that the lava rivers from the south are heading west on top of old lava zones. And the lava in the center is growing in height without affecting new surfaces. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And if it's going in the center of the lava flows, that makes sense. You don't want them bulging on the sides unless they take some unpredictable avenue. There is an advance, however, in the southwest, in the north side of Cogote Mountain. That is a place that was falsely identified as a new mouth. It is indeed not a new mouth. Much to the chagrin of the fearmongers out there. The lava plume height is around 2,700 meters, so it's less than that average of about 4 kilometers that we were looking at last week. But also, since there's probably less rain at the moment, we're not looking at the very low 600 to 700 meters that was covering over the city last week. So that's good to know as well. we have some northeasterly winds that are going up, well, heading southwest, going up to 70 kilometers an hour. So that's really good. It's able to, when we have that, it means it's going, it's definitely pushing a lot of these ashes out to sea. That is really good to know for sure. Oh, I just noticed my microphone was a bit loud. Sorry about that. Just 1 second. Let's see what else we got here. Vertical deformations back to normal in the station, the LP03 station. So that is good to know as well, because we had some huge deformation that was up in the northeast part of the island. Apparently that has gone down. So that is good to hear. The sulfur dioxide is more than 10,000 tons per day. But it is going down, and that's good to hear, because we're looking at an average of about 20 tons per day at one point. Not to the target that they want, which is around, I think it's less than 3,000, letting us know that it's going away. So that we don't know whether it's stopping or whether it's going to pick back up. But the number, at least we're not looking at the catastrophic numbers that we were looking at before. I think it got as high as about 50 to 60K tons per day. So we're nowhere near that. That's good to hear. The CO2, however, due to those whatever collapse is going on within the vents, that has gone up to more than 1,200 daily tons. So somebody call Greta Thunberg. Let's see where she is on this. How dare you? How dare you erupt? We don't have these gases outside the exclusion zone, so that's good. It's not spreading so much anymore. And what is probably going out to sea with winds that are high like that. Let's see, and particle levels from yesterday, extremely bad though in the station of Los Llanos de Avidan, which is the larger city that's in the area. So we will have to keep an eye on that as well. These people that are living in the big city, in these probably crowded apartment complexes and things like that, I'm sure that can't be very fun at all. We don't have gases outside the exclusion zone. Good stuff. Okay. And Pavolka Techniker director Morcuende, I don't know how to say his name, sorry. Let's see. He's saying about the same thing here. I don't want to repeat myself too much. He's just saying it in a little bit easier way to understand. Next 48 hours, a favorable scenario for the airports. So that's good. That those the winds heading to the southwest is stopping the airport from being clogged up. So that's good to hear. We still have 467 people stuck in hotels and 43 in clinics. That number hasn't changed. I wonder what's going on with that. The rain may stop tomorrow. Now, I don't know how much rain we have right now. But yeah. The quality of air is not as bad as a week ago. We're not expecting any evacuations at all. And we're up to about 983 hectares destroyed by the volcano. That is talking about the agriculture in the area, I do believe, if it's not the total area. And let's see what else we got here. Roads, they're still worried about the LP211, which connects two of the main roads that you're able to get from north to south. And they're quite worried about whether or not that lava is going to reach that area. Let's hope it does not, because we don't want those people completely disconnected. I don't know if they're still without power down there. Let's see what else we got. New thermal cameras have been installed to follow the volcano at night. Well, I wonder where we could see those. If you do have footage of that, let me know. And good job, it's only been 50 days for that to come in. And like I said, the kids won't be in school tomorrow as well. And again, I'll say people are falling off the rooftops while cleaning. That's some pretty sad stuff. That is really sad stuff. Yeah, ending up in hospital, some having surgery because they've been told to go clean off their roofs after weeks and weeks of just saying everything's fine, everything's normal, everything will be okay, and then out of nowhere they're all told to clean their roofs. That was, I don't know, day 40, somewhere around there. Yeah, very sad stuff. I got that from the Discord that we have, and I have the link here for you. I'm going to pin it up. And if you'd like to join that, you're more than welcome to do so. We share as much information as possible. Just keep it, to a calm, respectable level, and there won't be any issues there. I am a little bit more strict on the Discord, just so that we can keep comms clear for information to go in. But you are more than welcome to join. Read that. You will get as much info as you possibly can. It is actually pretty decent chat indeed. We now have Redpills of all kinds of different stuff. including one that I just added today on the jab, on the old jab. We are sharing information on that, and we'll probably transition to more talk about that as the days go forth. As the volcano might be winding down, we will be shifting back into red pill mode primarily on this channel. So if that's something that interests you, stick around. Let's see what kind of footage I got going on here today. Oh, here's an interesting pic. Just a second. Oh, you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man. Alright, so this looks like, to me, this looks like they're looking at a to the northeast, if I'm not mistaken. This is probably within the exclusion zone. You can just see these, it's almost sand dunes at this point. See this stuff here? Disgusting. Disgusting indeed. But it is going nowhere. This looks like it's Vinny right here, and this is the main cone, and in the back here, I think this is the, a lot of the ash and stuff that's coming out is coming out through that area. Looks like this is the rest of the mountain chain going to, southwards, and that's why I think this is probably facing northeast. Yeah, let me know if I'm wrong on that. Lone Tardigrade, after the fellowship, great to see you. Hey, after the fellowship, I was just asking about you, man. I was wondering where you were. How you doing? Good to see you. Great, good to see you. Same thing with EM, Greg Lawton. Great to see. Hope it's the beginning of the end for the people over there. 100%, I hope. Am I an Anglo? Yes. I speak a little bit of French. It's probably a little rusty now, but I am an Anglophone. I'm a Newfie Anglophone, so half Irish. Half pseudo-Irish, you might hear a little bit. We suffer from OBS in our house, but we call it O-Bastard syndrome. Yeah, OBS is, it's okay. I mean, it has lots of ups and downs. Our translator rocks, yes. Thank you very much to the translator. I most appreciate it. And I think everybody else does as well. It's something that we check in on. At least I check in every day. It's one of my favorite things. Sip on my water. I open my morning water. Let's see. Need one, good to see you. Hello, TVLP had to remove the live feed cam today due to high winds and ash. RTVE left the job with a static picture, but sound due to bad air quality. So that's probably what the problem is here today. Although I don't know why they can't get their camera on the mountain head. But whatever. TVLP will be the only showing lava stream. Oh, we'll only be showing lava stream tonight. I wonder why they can't just turn their camera. It's doesn't really sound doesn't really sound right. 70-kilometer wind, they said, but it's Sunday and it's Spain, and you know, yeah, good old Spain. The weekend-long siesta. Yeah, good stuff. Good old Spain. Good old Spain. And we wonder what happened in 2008. Unsubscribed Eddie Zombiacs. Oh, well, that's okay. You did ask a good question yesterday, by the way. You asked why the truth, quote-unquote, community keeps fighting with each other and things like that. Well, my answer to that is that there is no community in the truth community, and nor should there be. Nor should there be. Truth is not a commune, all right? Unity is a falsehood, and I tell you why. If there are no shills, no glowies, or anything like that, you will find narcissists that will take advantage. You will find narcissists that will take advantage of anybody that is looking for truth, okay? And that's why we cannot be a community. Well, I don't know if it's us. I don't know if you can consider the people that come here a truth community or whatever, or a truth group or whatever. But let's say it is, just for argument's sake. Yeah, we can't be unity because it becomes a hive mind. And when the hive mind... when that starts taking precedent over the truth, well, you start losing the truth. We need to be able to disagree with each other. We need to also be able to call each other out and note the people who push unity and community and all that stuff are usually the ones that have something to sell you. They're looking to personally gain, but they don't want you to call them out, so they say we just need to be a community. Community. You have to be able to accept everybody. No, it's all good, Auntie. All good. No worries. No worries. But you asked a really good question that I didn't catch yesterday. And I wanted to address that right away. And in fact, it's kind of a topic that is worth speaking about, you know, maybe on its own merit. Yeah. Definitely something. We have to be able to be open to call out people as we see them. And if we have this mentality that we all got to get along, we all got to unite, then that's where grifters thrive. That's where they thrive the most. Yeah. Yep. All right. Let me see what else we got for pictures here. Just one second. But yeah, thanks for dropping that question. Sorry I didn't go through it yesterday. Yeah, this is a good one here too. Oh, dang it. Let me just put it on the other one. Hold on. Another blink, I know. I'm a boomer, okay? I'm a boomer. I get it. Oh, I see what I'm doing that too. Okay. Alright, so this is from my GME, I do believe. And this is, these are crows trying to find food in the ash. So you can only imagine what the wildlife are suffering there at the moment. I don't know if they're stuck on the island. I don't know if crows can fly so far. I think there's probably 20 kilometers at least in between islands. So I don't know if they do that. But yeah, you can see the effect that it has. Very sad footage indeed. Very sad. Here is a great picture of further activity up on the top for as per gas and stuff like that. This load, ash and cinders. This is 3 days straight of this very, very thick and dark ash that's been happening. And you can see here that point that it's pointing at the moment. That is a sulfur emission, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the sulfur deposits that they were speaking of, or at least what we believe to be sulfur deposits. You can see that blue tint pretty hard. And it shows up as also yellow, green, stuff like that. It's most likely sulfur coming out in pretty heavy densities as well. So certainly not something you want to be standing in. Certainly not. Thank you very much for those who have posted that on the Discord. Once again, there's actually a lot more. We'll take a look at one more. Just a sec. So this was somebody's house. Now, apparently that house has now been destroyed. I'll read out the caption that was given for that, and thank you very much to the person that has asked to be remain anonymous. So, only a few hours after taking this photograph, the entire house disappeared, engulfed by that lava from outside that was moving slowly but inexorably. When I returned the next morning, there was nothing left, just a black blanket of lava. Looks like such a comfy home too, man. Such a comfy home. I guess... I wonder if this is Corazoncillo. That really nice neighborhood that you can find to the southwest of the island. Or southwest of the volcano, sorry. Yeah, take heed that no man deceives you. Only truth is Yahshua, or Jesus, another name. Not the church buildings, but a one-on-one, for sure. Don't worry, I wasn't offended, anti-zombie. It's all good, my friend. It's extremely dumb that people can't discuss things in a civil manner anymore. If you're going to seek the truth, it's good to learn from how people perceive and what else they might know. Yeah, 100%, but when you start seeing the same crap that comes in, you start wondering if it's coming from a concentrated source, I guess you could say. Yeah. Speaking of crap, we do have Bushcraft Bear coming up in 27 minutes. Yeah, bet it had a beautiful view at one time. Yes. This kind of reminds me, I just want to show, it's not related to the volcano, but if you want to see comfy houses, hold on. And I don't like Pavarotti, but apparently he's got his own diddling thing going on. But this video is so great that I gotta show it to you. Whenever I want to feel calm, it's this video. It's so beautiful. Oh. It is the chillest video ever, man. I love that video. Whenever I want to chill, like, just look at how gorgeous this is. Hold on, I won't play it again, but just this beautiful sunset that's happening out there. Oh, just so comfy, so comfy. I'll give you that link in the chat. Also, let me get the chat up on screen. Yeah, is it not the best? It's such a good video, man. Such a good video. I love it so much. There you go. That's for you. I think they got a whole slew of these, by the way. That ended up getting like 8 million views for good reason. I'm not even one for like normie videos or whatever, but man, that one just warms my heart every time I see it. It never gets old. Let's get this chat up on screen. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, that's all you need. That's all you need for the day. Good night. Good night. A sec now. Yeah, da, 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 da. All right, there you go. Gives you goosebumps, yeah, for sure. And doggies, yeah. Before I was a cat lover. I still am a cat lover, still am a dog lover, but my first love were dogs, man. I have more fun playing fetch than they do. Yeah, I think it's a Newfie dog or a Labrador dog. I still call it a lesser Newfie. And welcome to everybody coming in. Looks like we have a pretty chill stream here. We will be covering bushcraft in just a few minutes, and we'll be keeping our eye on the old Yuletide logs that you can see here. From what I'm seeing, though, it does look like we got some action up there. It's just that they won't show it, or just that the ash is so bad that they don't want to show how bad that is. But the lava is still popping and flowing. This is Skylive TV down here. I can maybe take a look at that real quick. Just 1 second. Skylive. Maybe get a better shot of this. See, it's so bright, so bright. You can also see the stars and stuff. I really love this. And the morning shots, I'm not up at the time normally to see the morning. But if you guys are, you definitely want to check out that channel. It's not really so much for the nighttime, but the daytime, it's just fantastic. Like some of the most picturesque shots you'll ever see. There's like this statue over on the right side overlooking the whole thing. So once again, I got that link here. Yeah. Da, 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 da. Engineer Discord. Oh yes, yes. The not Wamen do control the Discord. The never shall be Wamen. So be very careful about what you say on Discord. I have to be strict in there, unfortunately, because one thing is that they will, along with banning a server, they will actually ban everybody on it. So I gotta be really careful about that stuff. So please be on your best behavior when you're in there, and there won't be any problems. Love my 3 pit bulls. They make the days beautiful. Oh, pit bulls are dope, man. They're like, are they clingy with certain objects? Pit bulls and pugs, I find, are really like, they got a blanket that they love and they'll never let it go. The agent. I'm not sure to which agent you refer. It might be possible to cancel out the smoke by using a filter. Software-wise, it would be digitized, so it could be pixelated, but hardware-related, it is possible. Yeah, I think it could be. I think it could be. I'm not too sure on that, but yeah. We have TV La Palma coming in with a great picture. Let's make this a bit bigger. Sorry, Juan, you're going to be covered by the chat. I will miss your jean jacket while that happens, though. This is just street light. We have the volcano up here, looking pretty calm, but tons of this lava looks like it is popping and flowing, at least slowly. And it certainly is emitting a lot of gas along with that. Gases usually include things like sulfur, water vapor, mix of the two, all depending on what's in there. I don't know if we've seen a sample test for a long time. If they've released that data, let me know if you find anything on that. And any other data, that's why you guys have wrenches. You are more than welcome to share anything you'd like. Loving the 4 screen views. Awesome. Good stuff. And Paul Cheatham, welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench so you can pass on links. We try and keep an open an atmosphere as possible as per chat. I mean, if it comes to be, you know, like there's a bunch of crazy stuff being posted, you know, like we do throw down the hammer a little bit, but for the most part, we allow for any tsunami talk, you know, any of that kind of stuff. Any questions that you have, you're more than welcome to do them here. You know, just have respect for the other chatters, and should be fine. I'm using OBS. There's plenty of scripts add-ons that could help. I know, and I'm trying to start working through them at the moment, but they're also always so different. And trying to set them up. This boomer is hopeless. But I should take a class or a little crash course on it. We could even green screen the background and use hardware to compensate for lack of clarity. Hey, maybe. That's going a little bit beyond my pay grade, my friend. However, I'd be down for it. That street light is bothersome. I mean, that street light is telling me that the tsunami's happening. Is it really bothersome, though? I don't know. I think it looks nice. I think it looks quite nice. Oh, I mentioned Bushcraft Bear as an agent. So, yeah, an agent, a travel agent, at least. I don't know who he is. You know, he could just... most likely, he's a grifter who probably went through some multi-level marketing scheme, kind of like what Ty Lopez was pushing off. Remember the guy who was like, knowledge, right? His actual thing was viral marketing, travel, and some other things as well that he would... real estate. When you get into his website and stuff like that, they're teaching you how to be a grifter. It's a grifter game. So, yeah, I think he could be an agent in that sense. Maybe there's more to it than that, too. I know a few people have looked up some things, and there might be a reason why it's very, very hard to find information of him on the internet, because he's been around the internet for a long time and gotten used to scrubbing any evidence of himself. From what I hear, he has gotten into some groups at which he will end up having friction with them, and then he runs away from them and goes on to the next grift. So, could just be a grifter, but he could be an agent as well. I mean, if he's able to constantly make these videos, and you have no La Palmians, basically, on YouTube or any other places trying to get the information out, it seems to be like the government has a tight grasp on information coming in and out of that island. So, I would say he's probably gotten a little once-over, taken to the woodshed by the La Palmian government. Travel agent, yeah. At the very least, a travel agent. Yeah. I'm 38, so older boomer than you. Yeah, you are a little bit older than I am. But yeah, I'm game for helping you out with OBS and scripts. Yeah, cool, man. We'll chat in Discord about that. Maybe spruce up this stream a little bit more. Drop the music vid in Redpills. Will not comply. Blind Joe duet. Great tune. Okay, yeah, I could, yeah, I mean, we got a little tiny break coming up before the Bushcraft. Usually, I try not to take links of music too fast, because I've seen some dropped in here that clear out the entire audience, because it's just so bad. My thoughts on gatekeepers? They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Every single place you will go, my friend, you're going to find gatekeepers. What would you like me to specifically talk about them, though? Just in every single industry, that at which money is involved, you will find paid social influencers to shape the minds of those that go looking for more information on said industry. I'm telling you, it's in every single one with money involved. They would be stupid not to have social influencing now. Juan Antonio could be my father. Tonio Antonio. Oh yes, he could. Did he hand you down a rock and jean jacket like that as well? I'm digging the jean jacket. I know I'm saying it too much, but yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. This guy is like, mwah, perfect. You have a golden voice too. Gotta say, the Dutch has a golden voice, and he's well known for it. But I'm younger and legitimate and honest, makes myself the golden boy. Oh, now you're just pumping my ego a little bit. Great lyrics to that song, Avidan. Good stuff. Okay, people are passing in. You know what I'll do in the Discord? I'm gonna start putting in song requests, just so I can search through them then, right? And then I can make sure that they're okay, and then they're not blocked, and they won't block a stream. I'll put it under Redpills, memes, etc. Music requests. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so if you're in the Discord, you can post in those music requests, and I'll take a look through them just to make sure, because yeah, I've had songs come in where like I've seen like the entire audience drop, and like I'm not really one for viewers or whatever, but I also don't want to like scare everybody away for, you know, stuff like that. Which is a form of gatekeeping. Yeah, now on the news side of gatekeeping, like you have people, for example, I think the best example of gatekeeping would be Alex Jones. Tim Pool would be a great example of a gatekeeper. He is a chaotic gatekeeper. He pretends to be on the middle and well-balanced or whatever, but he shows chaos all the time, right? Actually, this is a good time to do the old Tim Pool copy pasta. All right. Okay, hold on. This is every Tim Pool video ever. All right. You won't believe this, but first, listen. Actually, let me say this. The mainstream media is terrible. Anyway, let's read this BuzzFeed article. Check this out. I tell you what, man, the point is Civil War. But you know what? I grew up in the south side of Chicago. It's complicated. Let me think of it this way. As a moderate, Orange Man bad, but not that bad. Look, here's the thing, as I adjust my eyeglasses. I kid you not. I'm mixed race. I can't pronounce the name of this article's author. Let's read on. Woke outrage, culture wars. I'm just some dude who makes the videos in the back of his van. Full stop. I guess what I'm trying to say is this, as he adjusts his jacket. I'm a high school dropout. I used to work for Vice. I was homeless. Get woke, go broke. It's nuanced. Harumph, I say. I try to keep these short. Get a copy editor. Let me break it down for you. Food analogy, horseshoe theory. Left is eating itself. That's nuts. I don't know, man. It's actually kind of scary. Think about it. Here's some Marvel movie analogy. I will say this. I can respect that, but at the end of the day, I'm a milquetoast fence sitter. Abortion good, death penalty bad. I'll wrap this up. I've never even taken a vacation. Check out my van, my skater friends who are not into politics, my friends who in the hacker community. The Democrats have become insane and possibly evil. I think, but I could be wrong. But I'm still not going to vote for the only person who could possibly check their bullshit. You get the point. I'll leave this there. Head over to timcast.com. I have a crypto opt-in option, PayPal option. Share this video, YouTube algorithm, demonetization. Check out the podcast. Stick around. Next segment is coming up at 6 p.m. over at youtube.com/timcastnews. It's a different channel. I'll see you there. And that is every single video ever by Tim Pool. And it's gatekeeping. It's gatekeeping. He pretends to be in the middle of the road, and he's just throwing every single thing at you possible. That makes no sense. He is meant to breed chaos and basically make you forget about every single story that comes out, or just be more confused coming out of the video than when you go in. That's basically every single time on one of his videos. Every single one. I didn't write that, but I found it on 4chan. I think it was great copy pasta. Yeah, so there you go. Enjoy. I can pass it to you in Discord later if you like. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it there, Dystopian. 1 second. If they're wearing robes, how can they be naked? Okay, what am I missing here, folks? What am I missing? I hear that Freemasons are pushing the Bible and that naked people with robes built the pyramids. Okay, then. I don't know. Freemasons are pushing... well, they're going into churches and trying to get you out of the Bible. That's what they're trying to do. With all, like... So, in a Baptist church, there'll be a Calvinist, and they're pushing, like, C.S. Lewis and... John Calvin and who else? John F. MacArthur, John Piper, all these people, Matt Chandler. They'll then go into charismatic churches and push the NAR, you know, like you fall down and you shake around and do the Kundalini thing. They do that there. What else do they do? I mean, well, Catholic, Freemasons are Catholic. I don't know if you know that. The whole Scottish Rite thing was made by Catholicism. I don't know if you want a little bit of information on that. I do cover it a little bit too much if you're new here. I don't want to chase everybody away by just giving out the same red pill, but that's one thing. Each video is a rabbit hole, and rabbit holes with no solutions, 100%. Yeah, that's Tim Pool in a nutshell. And then you have Alex Jones doing the same thing, except he's more overt, and he gives out more intense red pills, right? So that you'll believe that you're getting the whole story, but in with that is just cancer chaos, right? Total cancer chaos. Yeah. Wow, we're starting to pick up on sound here. Let's see if I can get you a little more. Yeah, every single thing that Tim Pool talks about, though, is like that, isn't it? It's like, I don't know. Remember, like, MH370? I made a joke about it. It's like, you know, it's like a plane went in the water, nobody can find it. It's kind of crazy. It's complicated. It's just basically that's with every single thing. Every last one. Really bad. Alex Jones with his picture of Chimera. Yeah. Jesuits and Freemasons, two sides of the same coin. Yeah, Freemasons are like the front group. Yeah, at least Scottish Rite, anyways. And I mean, Jesuits started as a front group for the Vatican, for the Second Reformation, or for the Protestant Reformation, but they kind of went off the chain there. Oh, what happened there? They went off the chain, became uncontrollable. And then they had their royal marriage with the Little Hats. That's why you got lots of ties to CIA and Mossad, things like that. No, I won't discount the Little Hats. I certainly won't do that. But I do think it's interesting how those that talk about the Jesuits can talk about the Little Hats, but those that talk about the Little Hats can't talk about the Jesuits. Bear that in mind. Ask yourself why that is. And I do think that the Little Hats are a lightning rod. I think the whole, it's the Jews, is its own form of gatekeeping, because it's not the full story. It's not the full story. And it's not all the Jews either. It's not all of them. It's, you have the elite ones, just like you have elite Anglos and things like that. Now, they're a bit more prominent in media and things like that, but it's not like all the Jews, whereas all the Jesuits are part of this, you know, like they all have taken their oath to do exactly as they're told, right? It's not so much with the Little Hats. Not so much. That's a much larger group of people. It's comprised of many different beliefs and stuff like that. Whereas Jesuits must believe and do as they're told. Yeah. Alex Jones with his pictures of Chimera. Yeah. Is Alex Jones really Bill Hicks? No, I don't think so. Although they do look a lot alike, don't they? The true church is the wilderness, not with an organized religion. We're not in the wilderness with Jesus, right? It's with Jesus. That's the true church. It's the belief in Him, right? We got some people there shoveling off. You can just see how this goes. Anyone seen that demon Travis Scott laugh while they pulled dead people from his set? Wow. Oh yeah. That whole what is it called? The Astro Earth. We'll get into that today. We will. we'll cover it a little bit. I think they want us to cover it a little bit too much, right? That's why I haven't touched on it just yet. But yeah, apparently there was like, what was it? 10 people died from a crush at it was called Astro Earth or Astro World. Astro World. It was a benefit concert, or at least part of it, partially for La Palma. And then there was a crowd crush that killed 10 people. So, very interesting. Yeah, I can get you specs later. That's cool. I'll get you specs. This isn't me this time. They actually cut the sound. Sound has been cut. Let's see what I got here. Got that for you for the time being. Yeah, Astro World. Sorry, not Astro Earth. My bad. Yeah, and apparently, like, the set was called Earth, Wind, and Fire or something like that. Someone has more information on me, just for me on that, let me know. 8 people it was, not 10. Okay. Yeah, we were talking about that in the newsroom. We have Bushcraft Bear coming up in 5 minutes, folks. Stick around. And we'll be covering Dutch synths as well. A little bit more. Showing what type of a fearmonger this guy is. Good footage from Lisa. Thank you so much, Lisa. Appreciate it. Appreciate all that you do.
Estar fuera y prácticamente a 100 metros no se ve nada, absolutamente nada. En directo, un viento huracanado, un polvo en suspensión, millones de partículas, que esto es irrespirable estar fuera, y prácticamente a 100 metros no se ve nada, absolutamente nada. En directo.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, that can't be very good though for breathing quality. It is sweeping a lot off the island, which is good, but for this time being, that can't be. I think he said he couldn't see anything, absolutely anything, if I'm not mistaken, or absolutely nothing. I hope everyone is either staying inside or wearing a double mask. Oh, you sweet little flower, like the ones that are in your picture. Good all 64 followers, 460 following, yeah. Imagine my shock. Another bot account. Wearing their double mask. What does this say here? This is not Mauritania, which is northwest Africa. Nor is it a desert. It is Las Manchas in La Palma, Canarias, consequence of the intense breeze of volcanic ash. Yeah, not good at all, man. Not good at all. I wouldn't even be turning on your air conditioning at this point. Yeah. What else we got here? Let's just take a look. Las motoras de los coches también debe ser. Maravilla is what's wonderful. Oh, okay. Yeah, it must be great for the car engines. Hey, apparently, from what I've heard, is that the cars that are on the island, they need their filters changed every week in order to stay running. And the people they can't even charge for labor at this point. It's just every single week. So I'd say they're probably running out of stock for air filters. But it's all normal. It's all normal, folks. Mr. Bushcraft is going to tell you as he circle jerks the old Dutch synths. We're going to do that very soon. Let's see. Just going to play a little video start off. It's been a while since we saw this one. Hold on. Dang it, Dale. I never asked you to do that. I am not prepared. I am not prepared. You know what? I must have. I'm gonna have to get it later. I'll just play another song while we're waiting. I tell you what, just 1 sec. Stand by. I'll be right back. Just need to get some water and stuff like that before we do the old bushcraft. I got the Spanish songs here. Have you ever heard this meme song? Sorry if it gets a little bit annoying. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this. I don't know if it'll cause a block. I'm gonna do it anyways. It's only a couple of minutes long. Don't worry, I won't play the full thing. I just gotta get some water. I'll be right back. Okay. I know. It gets repetitive, I know. Just a sec. That was Chacaron Macaron.
New quake magnitude 5.24 causing shaking. India depth 10 kilometers occurs
There you go.
in invalid date.
Yeah, these... Oh, ventrilo harassment? Dude, those are my favorite videos of all time. Have you ever seen the Thornberries? Traveling Thornberries or whatever it's called? Nigel Thornberry. It was such a great one, man. Might have to play it later on. Okay, 1 second. Fun is now canceled too. Yeah, this, I don't know if that was, oh, there's still people on it. Oh, wow, you guys are quite chatty. Good to see you, Tate. Good to see you. Good to see you. Carpfen, have yourself a moderator status. That way you can pass on links and things like that. That's the song that I just posted there. Let's get into the old bushy. Chacaron, macaron. That's going to be stuck in my head now for the next 2 days. Okay, yeah, those are the lyrics. If you were wondering. Warning of poor air quality. Oh, he's gonna give us an explanation. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Oh boy. Good old Bushcraft Bear. If you're new to the channel, we cover this every day, 1 hour into the stream. So if you just want to catch that, as many people come here solely for this reason, we will do this now. We like to have a laugh at him. He's a grifter. Hello, my dear viewers. Turn him down. He's too ugly to look at. It's 720.
Hello, my dear viewers. This is Bushcraft Bear speaking to you live
Not
here
live.
from the Canary Islands, Sunday afternoon. Today is day 50 of the volcano eruption, and you can see the volcano over here. It's a sunny day, blue sky, but the quality of the air is not so good because of the fine dust particles in the air. We have a very nice view today to the caldera. I will make a time lapse.
Dude's a mimic loop
for you, and you can watch this at the end of the video. Let's see what's going on this Sunday
Dude is
afternoon.
obsessed with showing you that mountain.
Here on the island La Palma, here in the Avidan Valley. You can see the caldera and you see the clouds above the mountains. It looks very nice. Yes, we have a clear sight here to the city of Los Llanos today. And a little bit more to the right, we can see the ash cloud from the volcano.
For the Spanish speakers, is he technically a gringo? Like, I know I'm a gringo, right? Hold on, let me turn that one off before that creates its own problems. Are Germans considered gringos too? Like, is it all white non-Spanish speakers? Is that what a gringo is? Can someone give me like the true definition of gringo? All I know is that I'm one.
You see that the ash cloud is blown away from the wind towards southwest direction, and now here in the middle of the screen you can see
Disgusting. So these clouds are most likely not from the volcano. This looks like clouds that are running over. Let me turn this down a little bit. You didn't miss anything if you couldn't hear him. It's just the same old crap. Same old crap. The dude is like a literal propaganda loop at this station at this point.
the town of Tazacorte, and then there the Atlantic Ocean. Here you can see the volcano on the left side, and you see the area under the volcano with lava streams. Here you can see the old lava stream in the Atlantic Ocean. You see how the wind blows the ash very...
Dude's too cheap for an actual microphone. I gotta turn this down just a little bit more. We'll get back to it later.
Near above the ground. So what is going on right at the moment?
Ugh.
I think now the
Balance your audio.
In the air. I can see the wind blowing sometimes, and immediately you can see all the ash and the dust in the air, and you can feel it on the skin and everywhere. So not good conditions.
Like I've literally verbatim, I've heard these words come out of his mouth at least a dozen times. Like he's so uncreative and lazy.
Outside, yeah, you think it's very nice weather, blue sky, but the air is not very clean at the moment.
You just said it was nice weather.
And I can see that the ash is very flat or very near to the ground, because here the passat wind goes over the mountain and blows everything towards the Atlantic Ocean, here towards to the west side. So how was Saturday? I have been in the north for the day. I hiked in Las Delicias, then I visited the farmer's market in Punta Gorda. That was a very nice...
Hold on. I think we need this in closed captioning. We gotta be able to see what he... I don't know if you can see it. Hold on. It should be enough, right? Yeah, he's total BS. He's total BS indeed.
In the air, and you can feel it on the skin and everywhere. So not good conditions to be outside. Yeah, you think it's very nice weather, blue sky, but the air is not very clean at the moment.
Yeah, go.
And I can see that the ash is very flat or very near to the ground.
Sorry, guys.
Here the passat wind goes over the mountain and blows everything towards the Atlantic Ocean, here towards to the west side. So how was Saturday? I have been in the north for the day. I hiked in Las Delicias, then I visited the farmer's market in Punta Gorda. That was very nice, and I was able to forget the volcano there for a moment. Next to the market, there is a forest with barbecue areas, a playground, benches and tables. Lots of visitors were there. I also got to know...
You tourist shill. He's a tourist shill.
A few viewers of my channel. So hello again to the viewers. It was very nice to meet you there. After shopping for fresh vegetables, peppers, tomatoes, cucumber and lettuce, as well as smoked goat cheese. That's a special cheese here from this island. And
shameless tourist shill.
Pickled olives. There was a picnic on the barbecue area, and that was very nice. And one day I will take you with me. This market is always on Saturday and Sunday. And then I will show you there everything, and I will show you there Las Delicias. This is a very beautiful area here, very beautiful town with old dragon trees. This is an endemic plant here on this island. Maybe you have never seen this plant before. it's so beautiful over there. I will take you with me in one of the upcoming videos, and then you can see this by yourself. This is a very nice area. And there I was able to forget the volcano. There was not much ash there, no noise from the volcano, and that was very nice yesterday. Next to us, a children's birthday party with several guests. Other places are also occupied. Relaxed, peaceful and happy atmosphere there at the farmers market. Important social exchange among the residents. Talking and exchanging ideas is good and important, especially at this time with the volcano eruption here. People of different worldviews, professions and age groups.
Worldviews? Worldviews, age groups, and professional. This sounds so prefabricated. He did not write these words at all.
Met there. The island is shared by all of these people. Little ash, the volcano was easy to forget there. Yes, that was yesterday. Back within earshot of the volcano, explosions, lots of ash. Reality caught up with you again. So that was when I went back home from Punta Gorda. Again, the volcano was there. A lot of ash, explosions, and yeah, that's how it is. The closer you live to the volcano, the more you're involved into the eruption. And this island is very big. Please remember that. This island is very big, especially the north of the island. So there is only a small part affected by this catastrophic volcano.
Nobody can live on the north of the island, man. Nobody can live there. Have you guys ever seen this? There's very small, like there are small communities, right? Everybody lives on the south end. Doesn't matter. I don't care what you're talking about when you're saying that. Nobody can go up there. You know, if they all need to leave that southern part of the island, they're not going to be able to stay in the north. Unless they're sleeping on a mountain hillside, right? Or mountainside, sorry. Mountain hillside.
Volcano here. It's very sad with the volcano, very bad. But this is the area over here that is
meaningless garbage.
Affected by the volcano. The other areas affected too with the ash and so on, but there are no lava streams or something else. People are safe.
Everything is normal, safe.
They were evacuated from the areas around the volcano.
Yeah, no, you're a liar. You're a liar. There's people that are literally on top of their houses shoveling ash off their homes. All right. If that's on their houses, what's in their lungs, right? Don't act like everybody's safe and normal. Okay, we just had the news come in. We just had the news come in where people are literally falling off their frigging roofs trying to clear them and going to the hospital. And he's saying people are safe. They're safe.
Not harmed.
No, you're a liar. You are a liar and you're a grifter.
Or lost his life.
How do you know? How do you know? Would they tell you? Would you tell us?
Because of the volcano now.
Just stop talking. Just stop being a liar. Stop being a liar. That's all you gotta do.
From yesterday, news in the evening. So that were the news from yesterday. Last night there was a 4.5 earthquake at 8 p.m. 40 minutes. This morning there was a 3.7 earthquake at about a little bit before 9 a.m. Since the last statement there were only 26 earthquakes. That's a very low number. There were times there were 270 earthquakes. Now 26 earthquakes.
Omega says, that's great. Hold on, I just had this kind of like skip up on me. What did she say? If the wind is blowing west, how is the dust getting to him? Yeah, and he sounds like a kindergartner describing a field trip. That's what it is. Yeah, because you probably have someone with a kindergarten reading level writing this for him, right? Some diversity hire at the government, right? That's likely what's going on here.
The island's grid GNS stations shows an elevation of about 10 centimeters along with the deformation to the southwest between November 3rd and 5 at station LP3, which is closest to the eruption centers. So that's an uplift from 10 centimeters off the ground. The spokeswoman for the Scientific Committee of the Volcanic Emergency Plan of the Canary Islands, PVOLCA, Carmen Lopez, confirmed yesterday that there is no scientific data that suggest that the eruption of the volcano Cumbre Vieja and La Palma will end.
I love that. That was great. Hold on.
That
suggests. Get it out. Get it out there, Bushy. Learn your English.
That the eruption of the volcano Cumbre Vieja and La Palma will end in the short term. So that are the bad news.
Now, that being said, you guys have heard me read, so I know I'm pretty bad too.
The volcano is still here, still active, strong, and will not end very soon. We have to live with the volcano for another while. Lava continues to advance, but does not affect new areas. That are good news. Pevolka has informed the population about the poor air quality in the Avidan Valley due to the high occurrence of PM10, suspended matter in the atmosphere. The notice issued relates to the area Tazacorte, Los Llanos, El Paso, Tijarafe, and Punta Gorda. When describing the risk, the daily exceedance of the value of 150 microgram is noted. For PM10, the limit value of 40 micrograms per cubic meter of air applies throughout the EU. So 40 micrograms PM10 per cubic meter.
Yeah, he's a goofball, but he's also a tourist grifter. There's no way that what he just read out when he was talking about his little trip was written by him. Not a chance. Not a chance. It's not how he speaks. It's not how he talks at all. Someone wrote that for him. I'm almost positive on that. This is gatekeeping 101, and saying that nobody has been hurt, nobody has died. I don't know, actually. Apparently there was a murderer. There's a lady that murdered another 70-year-old lady, right? And I wonder how much of it had to do with mental anguish here, right? That's one thing. We got people in the hospital from shoveling off the roofs. Now, he didn't mention that shit, did he? He did mention that they're sending in people to, they're sending in actual, what do you call it, like the army and stuff like that to start clearing off roofs and things like that. But they didn't mention the fact that people are ended up in hospital because they don't know how to shovel stuff off the roof, right? He doesn't mention that stuff.
Big meter is the limit.
It's because someone's writing the stuff for him. It's because he's a shill.
150 per cubic meter. That's a lot. So we have to be very careful at the moment. And the thing is, it's not visible. So at the moment, there's no ash in the air, but there is this really micro dust in the air.
So there is ash in the air. You fucking idiot. Excuse my language, guys. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. There's no dust in the air, but there's dust in the air.
All right, my dear viewers, that's all for today. I wish you a very nice Sunday. I say thank you for your kind comments.
Go away. Thank you for shilling for me. Thank you for completely clearing the comments of anybody complaining.
Hello, my dear viewers. This is Bushcraft Bear speaking to you live here on the Canary Islands, La Palma. I'm back here on the top of the hill, and behind
while there's a mushroom cloud right behind me.
You can see the glowing lava stream. This is day 50 of the volcano eruption here on this island. It is Sunday evening, and yeah, today there was something like a wake-up call. There was an earthquake, a very short one, but a very strong one. It was a 4.8 earthquake, and yeah, I did feel it. It was, I did feel it on the ground. Yes, it was something. I immediately sent a tweet out. So this evening it's pretty cold for La Palma, and I have to wear a sweater and a wool underwear. And now it's very comfortable. Down here you can see the city of Los Llanos, and then here you can see the glowing lava stream. And I think today it's a little bit busy in Tajuya. This is the place with the church where all the people are. And looking at the volcano, I can see a lot of cars up there. Well, let's have a closer look. Here you can see all the cars driving, and there's a police car with the blue lights. And I think it's very busy there at the moment. Now I can hear the volcano.
Yeah, blocking everybody off, not being able to move around their own town. Yeah, very busy.
A little bit more. So today was nothing special. A very nice sunny day without a lot of ash. And it was very busy today here, especially at the Mirador del Time. This is the viewpoint from here. And I can see the people are well equipped at the moment. They have FFP2 masks.
Yeah, the tourists taking up all the resources. No locals go to Mirador del Time or El Time. Okay, none of them. That's a tourist trap. No one's going to be paying $20 for the coffee and the bag of chips that they're going to get up there. Yeah. We have all the tourists taking up all the resources of what should be on the people of the island. But this loser, he takes it all up, and all his buddies that come there.
They have the goggles. They have some vests on, or rain jackets to protect from the ash, or hats with a neck.
German auto-generated.
So on. And everybody has a photo camera or a smartphone making pictures here.
Oh, come on. I want to see the German subtitles. When I hiked
up here to the hill, there was a huge bus.
Huge bus. Come see El Volcano. Huge bus. This is all for tourism. This is all for tourism. Everything that he mentions that isn't the news, that is just handed to him, it's all to make tourists happy and get more tourists in here.
It's a little bit busy here at the moment,
A little bit busy.
and people want to see this spectacle
Yeah.
over here with the volcano.
Ja, das ist gut.
Let's come to the news. Evening report of the volcanic eruption. Sunday, November the 7th, year 2021. Short but clearly noticeable earthquake at 5
Noticeable.
p.m. A magnitude 4.8. Earthquake at a depth of 25 kilometers.
Been revised. Your information is already completely obsolete, and it was from 7 hours ago. 7 hours ago, it's a 4.5 at 40. You are obsolete, sir. It is nighttime now.
It felt like a little nudge, a little short push. I haven't felt an earthquake that clearly in the last few days. The day was sunny, mild but windy. A fine touch of ash settled on the freely swept surfaces. Everything is sandy and crunchy. I wipe my desk with a damp cloth every day. Nevertheless, it crunches under the computer mouse in the evening when you move it across the table. What is in the report from the IGN this morning? Since the last notification, 42 earthquakes have been localized in the area affected by the volcanic reactivation of the Cumbre Vieja, 6 of which were felt by the population. The strongest earthquake occurred yesterday at 2040 with a magnitude of 4.5 at a depth of 36 kilometers. The air quality is extremely poor in Los Llanos de Aridane. Those responsible for the volcanic emergency plan of the Canary Islands, Pevolca, presented the latest data on the development of the Palma Volcano at the press conference. Carmen Lopez has made
The wake-up call says he's Mario. Speaking of another YouTuber grifter, narcissist, vigilant Christian Mario, reading off a script, and it's the same. You notice, you seen him once, Joel. You seen him all. It's the same thing over and over. That's why it's so easy to cover these people, because it's so obvious. It doesn't take long before you start picking out the exact same characteristics. They're all the same.
sure that the air quality is maintained. Yesterday,
Note how much, like, when he uses his hands as well to manipulate.
the particle levels in Los Llanos de Aridane were bad. Today they are a little better. However, the director of Pevolca, Miguel Ángel Morguende, believes that the possible increase in airborne particles due to a contribution from easterly winds from 1,200
Let's check
meters
it out.
above sea level will exacerbate the problems already existing in Los Llanos. The air quality is extremely poor, and people who go out must at least wear an FFP2 mask.
Listen, I just put on closed captions. Like, they should know it's not German, right? And it's trying to pick up. They can't even pick up any English. It just picks up the German on this one.
All right, my dear viewers, that's all for today. I hope the quality of the air will get better next week. So I say thank you very much for your kind comments and prayers. Thank you for your support. I wish you all the very best for the next week. Have a good start into the week, and we will see us in another video. Goodbye.
Okay, because we went through that one so quick, I'm gonna give you some bonus footage. We'll go to Bushcraft. We're gonna laugh at Bushcraft doing his nature stuff. Hello, my dear viewers, speaking to you live from the Black Forest, which is really just my backyard. Hold on. Oh, it's great. His these videos are just so bad. Hold on, let's pick one out we haven't seen before. What's this one here? Journal of the Woodsman, Day 3. Back to the roots. Hand drill fire. Oh. Dude, it's pathetic. I guess he lost his mic here. I don't know. I'm getting no sound for a second. Let me see. Hold on. He lost his audio. This is not, yeah, this is not mine. My side. He's putting on his survival hat. Fills up his lamp. The survivalist. Great survivalist. he constantly makes these lean-tos out of bark. And if you look at it, doesn't show them here now. I guess maybe he got called out for it, but there's other videos where you see every friggin' tree in the background with the bottom part like stripped of all of its bark, right? Like he basically destroys a small microsystem just so he can make that thing. And it's like it's ripped the whole way around. It's not just like little pieces here and there, which is bad enough. He effectively kills the tree every time he rips the bark off. And this is in the videos almost every time. He thinks this looks amazing. He destroys a small ecosystem every single time he makes one of these videos. What has he got here, like a fur coat? Well, look at it. Survivalist. This is the fakest crap ever. This guy is travel knowledge. He read a couple books and rewrote them in German. That's what he did. I guess he's got himself some coffee. Back to the roots. As you can see, just look how pushed down everything is. Everything is, this is his backyard, I'm pretty sure. What does he have, milk? Komagata. I've seen some evidence that La Palma has a lot of Jesuit influence there, yep. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't get fooled by this whole, I'm taking the Sabbath off, even though he won't say the Sabbath. He makes you want to look for that, right? He just won't say that he's Jewish. You know what I mean? It's like he's perfectly set this up so you'll think he's a Jew, right? And that immediately makes me wonder. Who's really behind him. I'll check the rest of the chats now in just one moment. He just gives up. Oh, he's such a loser. Such a friggin' poser. Great way, by the way, to stub your finger. Good luck, survivalist. His kung fu chopping. Oh, this is so poserish. He's just trying to make it look really nice for a camera. It's also stamped down. Oh, I'm so sick of looking at these channels. They're everywhere too. Like so many different, like just these fake survivalist channels. Apparently he was on camera killing a boar. I don't know if that's true. But he beat like a boar to death, if I'm not mistaken. At least that's what someone was saying in chat in the Discord. I'm not sure if it's true or not. But yeah, he's got a little bit of a history. There's a German website on bushcrafting that calls this guy out. He ties his string up and he's... It's just so stupid. It's all so stupid. He knots everything up too while he does it. Cinématographie. Waste more water. I love how like you can hear a river in the background, right? And in previous videos you can just see him take a straw to the river without doing any testing or anything like that, and he just drinks straight from it, but then he uses this to like the stuff that he could have drank in order to clean his face rather than using the river. And here he is with his Crocs. His Crocs out in the freaking Black Forest. Survivalist. The Crocs. I can't get over the Crocs. This is 2017. Oh, he has his boots on now. Fresh change of clothes. The walk. Gordin à Crétin. Oui, je parle français, mais je suis bien rouillé, mon gars, là. Je parle québécois. Yeah, it's good to see you. I do, but I don't speak it too well anymore. For those, I'm a little bit rusty. That's for sure. It's been a few years. Ah, cool. Yeah. We try and keep it English in here, but I have no problem. You know, a little bit here and there, no problem. It's totally cool. Ah, yes, the old survivalist asparagus. Yes, that wild Black Forest asparagus. Like a true woodsman. Yes, that Black Forest rice. Oh, I hate these channels. They're just all so fake. They're so fake. Oh, we get to watch him eat it too? Ah, merci mon gars. Merci. Bienvenue à cette channel. We give out the wrenches here. J'ai oublié le mot pour wrench en français. But we give out the wrenches here for anybody that want to share any links, anything like that. Comment s'appelle wrench en français? I could swear in French. That's mostly all I learned in school, all school days, swearing before it took more survival in that place than I believe BB could survive in. Oh, we... Amazing, we get to watch him eat it. Oh, what a loser. He uses his finger to push up. This is great. This is the biggest faker on the face of the planet right now, I think. He brought half the kitchen, but not a plate. Yeah. Well, he's got to make it look like a survivalist. I'm pretty. Is this the same rock that we saw before? No, I don't know. Maybe not. He's gonna take a seat here. Oh, great! He plays didgeridoo. The native Black Forest didgeridoo. What a friggin' poser. This is great. I'm like playing this Australian Aboriginal song, but like you wouldn't know it. No. The Osprey's like, would you just shut the frig up? You suck. Oh, he's got his little things notched in already. Oh, priceless. See, I'm so cool. I wonder how much flint you got rocking down there. Yeah, he shaved his hair off and has it long up top so it looks like he still has hair. That's in his other videos. Yeah. He can't face his facts. He's working hard for the adrenochrome, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. There you go. You finally lit up. It is a pain in the ass to do, though. Totally notched. He'd be completely screwed if he didn't have, if he was out in the wild. Completely screwed. Look at these notches coming in. It's to help him do it better. And he can stick in a little bit of stuff that helps it light up a little faster. Have fun trying to make that out in the wild. As you can see here, this has already been multiple times lit up. This is likely his backyard. Oh boy, he's pretty sure that's staying. I wonder why. He's got other flammable materials there. Otherwise, this would be ready to go. Look at it. Yeah, he's got his packet of flammable stuff. Imagine trying to lug all this. Survivalist. Expert survival. Yeah, I would say it's a tedious process lugging all that around. Yeah. Those wild Black Forest plastic bags. Oh boy, are you ever confident that that would stay lit? What a faker. You could have very well just extinguished that flame. It's a good thing he's got flint and powder in there. Yes, please. Jose Andres and Adrenodrome connection, please. Please do that. I've watched that live where you've mentioned this guy and I wanted to come back to your show and have a discussion about it. Please do, yes. Yeah, let's see those blisters. Dude's got softer hands than a 13-year-old girl. Look at those pretty hands. All right, that was the bushcrafting for the day. We're gonna move on to Dutch synths. There's one thing I wanted to mention. I tell you what, hold on to that just for a moment, Goldine, and I'll be right with you because we do gotta. There's one thing I wanted to mention. So he just teamed up with Bushcraft. I don't know if you saw yesterday's show, but he shills out Bushcraft in one of his earlier videos, or sorry, Dutch Sense. And Dutch Sense is one of the biggest fearmongers of all time on YouTube. Like he's got to be up in one of the records of it. So I did have someone pass us on in the Discord a video of just how ridiculous this guy is. Hold on, I'll put this up. And he did get his little army of people, 300 people, to come in and start bashing it or whatever. But it's a good thing that we don't run on likes and dislikes for the truth. That's why we don't have a community. A community does not say what is true and what is not. So that's why, yeah, it doesn't really matter how many dislikes this has because it is, it's truth. It's truth. Just listen to this guy go. This is Dutch Sense. He's one of the more feminine YouTubers that calls himself a truther.
This is science we're talking about here. You shouldn't make assumptions.
Let's look at a few glaring examples.
Just so scientists and anybody else listening can understand.
Actually, Goldine, you can post that now, and this will be pretty fast. We're not going to play the whole thing, but it will show enough to see why he doesn't know anything of what he's talking about at all. Like, he is brain dead, and he just does this because he's part of. He wants to have a cult. He wants to have a cult following, and when he does, he tickles your ears by saying that the government is wrong, which many times they are wrong. Many times, many scientists are just grantos. Actually, I was talking to someone about this today. I think I'm just going to call scientists grantors from now on, because that's basically what they run on, grants. And they won't say anything that will jeopardize any grant or stop them from getting grants in the future, right? So they will say what they're told to say, but in this case, I think the science is pretty sound. I think it's very sound. And it's certainly not what his counter proposition is. So let's go ahead and listen to it. I'll just put it back a little bit.
Just so scientists and anybody else listening can understand. You've all been taught incorrectly that the core of the Earth is a solid ball of metal. However, solid balls of metal do not emit large electromagnetic fields that go out into space, are not superheatable, and also don't heat other things.
Those birds look dope. Anybody know what those birds are called?
Okay, first of all, he's illustrating his own ignorance here, his own lack of education, because any high school student understands that the core of the Earth is composed of not just a core, a metal core. It's composed of an inner core and an outer core, and then other components out from there, like a shell of an onion. The inner core is solid metal. The outer core is liquid metal. And when you have that liquid iron rotating around a solid metal object, it creates very powerful electric currents and magnetic fields, which do actually go out and extend into space. He obviously hasn't checked the validity of his statements, and he most certainly has not read any recent research. He's living...
See, I myself, I'm not too sure about how the electromagnetic currents extend into space, but I don't think that doesn't really matter about how the point is here. He's talking about how the Earth is not a solid metal core with an outer core, which is actually a little bit more liquid, or at least a mix of it, and you got the mantles, the two different mantles on top of that as well, or on the outside of those. It's certainly not plasma. It doesn't make sense that plasma would be in there. Plasma is far less dense than any type of solid metal. I don't know how that would get in underneath the crust and be the core of a planet. Makes no sense. Why wouldn't it collapse on itself over time?
Living in the Dark Ages, it sounds like.
It is.
Daytime!
It's so cute.
Nighttime! Daytime!
He's trying to downplay science here. Of course he doesn't believe these things. He knows what most people think, but he's trying to convince people that the mainstream science, which has a very illustrious history, and which is founded on very sound physics, and which has been peer-reviewed for ages, is less intelligent than his own thoughts on the matter.
You've been a very naughty boy.
That's a real problem, because he's the type of person who will convince people to believe things that are not true. And that's precisely what he's trying to do here.
No, I didn't.
Scientists incorrectly believe there's a ball of metal down there, and instead it's rotating plasma energy.
Rotating
If
plasma
he really understood
energy.
geophysics, this would be probably one of the last arguments he would say. Because this is almost like saying gravity doesn't exist. If he understood anything about plasmas, he would understand that the density inside a plasma is less than the density inside a solid like a rock.
I didn't even hear him say
So
that
the density
before.
of the plasma would
Okay.
have to be smaller than the density of a rock.
Yeah.
And yet we know that the
Why,
average...
why would the density of it? Why would the density of it not go upwards afterwards? Right? That's a lot why, like, you have the plumes that come up. It's getting rid of material. That's why you have the iron that doesn't actually end up coming out. It ends up sinking back down after it's pushed up. Like,
density
it just makes no sense to say that there's a hollow core of plasma, which is basically what he's saying.
Is 5.5 grams per cubic centimeter. A rock has a density of 3 grams per cubic centimeter. So we know that the inside of the Earth must be more dense than the outside of the Earth where these rocks are, which we measure the density of, because the average density of the Earth is 5.5 grams per cubic centimeter. So the density of the Earth is incompatible with a plasma core. If you vary the density of the Earth, you also alter the gravity, the gravitational force. The math doesn't work if there's a plasma ball instead of a liquid core and a solid core. Also, we know from the effects of earthquakes, which cause the inside of the Earth to ring. It causes waves to pass through the middle of the Earth. And with enough stations observing particular events, you can invert the data that you see on the surface and extract from that the density profile of the Earth at different layers and different levels. That's another reason we know that the density changes with depth, and it corresponds very, very nicely with a core that has an outer liquid core and a solid inner core. Sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. So let's look at this picture, because it tells a story. When an earthquake occurs, the waves that those earthquakes create propagate down into the Earth, And as the density of the Earth increases, it refracts the wave back to the surface of the Earth, somewhere at a distant location.
And this is a little bit simplified in here. Like you'll have the S waves. Actually, it's much less. It'll go all around the Earth there. But you'll also have, like, they go in all directions too, right? So you wouldn't be able to show all the directions on this. But yeah, more or less same.
And at that location, we might have sensors that would measure it. We also measure the speed of propagation of those waves. And we compare them against other stations, other sites. Now, the reason we know that there's a liquid outer core is because some of these waves, the shear waves, will not pass through liquids. That has been experimentally proven and mathematically proven, end of story. Shear waves will not pass through liquids. Compression waves will. And at the surface, we can measure compression and shear waves. We know how to differentiate between a shear wave and a compression wave. So when an earthquake occurs, if it generates shear waves, those waves might come down to the liquid outer core here and just vanish and not appear back at the surface. But compression waves will travel through the liquid core to another station. The speed of propagation of those waves also differs when it travels through the liquid. When a compression wave is transmitted down and bounces off the inner core, we know that the inner core is solid because it bounces off of it. It travels through the inner core in a predictable way that is consistent with it being solid. If the outer core or the inner core were composed of a plasma, the refraction of these waves, of these signals, would be completely different, and it would produce results which are not in keeping with what we observe. Here's a paper where they take lasers and they create the conditions that exist at the core of the Earth. They create conditions about the size of a pinhead where the temperatures and the pressures are equivalent to that of the center of the Earth, inside the core. Notice they say they're doing their tests on thermal conductivity in solid iron at the planetary core conditions. And they say here, in their conclusion, they say, the result is in agreement with paleomagnetic measurements indicating the Earth's geodynamo has persisted since the beginning of the Earth's history and allows for a solid inner core as old as the dynamo. This was published last year, 1st of June 2016. You can't get research more current than this. Now,
I don't really like Nature magazine. I think it's just as paused. I think it's filled with, well, grand whores. But for the most part, that is pretty good. And you can just see all the other things as well that contributed to this. What does Dutch use for his reference?
Dutch sense. It's your turn to prove your theory is more accurate than the standard model. Your talk is meaningless without evidence. That's not how scientists work. You are making assumptions about science.
This is science we're talking about here. You shouldn't make assumptions. When you assume something, usually it's wrong. And instead, it's rotating plasma energy.
He overdoes this. He goes into a minute of just
Science
repeating
we're
him.
talking about here. You shouldn't make assumptions. Just so.
But I think he's trying to... yeah, see, he repeats himself here, so I'm going to just skip this a little bit. We're going to get to where he talks about...
And also, don't heat other things. This is science we're talking about here. You shouldn't make assumptions. Scientists incorrectly believe there's a ball of metal down there, and instead, it's rotating plasma energy.
Oh, man. Do you understand how stupid that sounds? Like, I understand, like, if I would listen into something, like biology, I suck at biology. You know what I mean? If I said something of that term, like, or like someone said something stupid in biology, I wouldn't be able to see that so much, right? But this here, like the fact, like, how do you explain that something as light as plasma is the core of the Earth, right? You would have to basically admit that, or believe that gravity doesn't exist, okay? Because over that course of time, that plasma would find its way to a less dense area, as you know, like stratification. Here we go. Hold on. Stratification. Social stratification. Look, you try and look anything up. Geology. Bad example. My bad. Screwed up on this. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. Stratification. How did they show this to me? Glass of water. Strata is different. My bad. It's been a while. Remember, 15 years for me. Stratification in glass. Let me see if I can find another way. Gas, oil, water, layers, geology. How about that? How about that? All right. This is better. Here we go. We got water that's heaviest, and it's down on the bottom. You have the rocks that's even heavier. That's down on the bottom. That's what I'm trying to say by stratification. Stratification is something much different, but give me a break. It's been 15 years since I studied geology. A lot of these terms do cross over in my head. And then we have the gas up on top. So it's the GAO. I call it, this is how I remembered it, the GAO, because it was another word for weed, and I used to smoke weed back then. So you have gas, which is the least dense, up on top. And you have oil, which is the second less, and then you have water, which is the most there, and you also have rock down below. Now, it is done this way. It doesn't just form like that. It's just that over time, when this stuff settles, the lighter material rises to the top. The heavier material goes down to the bottom. That's why. Okay? So this same principle would be happening in the core of the Earth. That's why we have a solid core, then a liquid core, and then you have the mantles, which are much more, what do you call it? It's not just metals and stuff like that's in it. These things are much, well, not much less, but it is light or less dense enough, or less dense enough so that it would go to the top. And as time went on, these layers became much more obvious. They became much more solidified, okay? The same principle in here, and you can see it like that. That is how all natural gas and water and oil forms together, right? This same principle would happen if you had plasma. Plasma is far less dense than liquid or solid in the cores, especially metals like nickel and iron, which is what the core is comprised of, right? And it would rise. It would rise. But he's saying that it's just in the earth. It's just in the core. That's what the core is made of. It's the dumbest thing. It is like Dutch Since doesn't know his ass from his elbow when it comes to any of this stuff. The only thing that he tries to do is just tries to say, oh, the scientists are wrong, the grantors are wrong, therefore I'm giving you the real info. Right? It's all 100% rhetoric. And guess who has just supported this guy? Mr. I'm debunking the fearmongers. I'm debunking all the fearmongers, even though Dutch Since himself, on such a elemental level, is one of the biggest fear-mongering idiot douches that you'll find on the internet.
When you assume something, usually it's wrong. Well, guess what? We found out in the past few years through experiments done by the military and corporations elsewhere that plasma energy reflects seismic waves. Actual shock waves will reflect shock waves and reflect radio waves. So when scientists got to bounce back off a wave, they assume solid, and it's actually rotating energy. This is science we're talking about here. You shouldn't make assumptions. When you assume something, usually it's wrong.
So, this right here is his article that he used to prove his thing. Transmission of reflection of electromagnetic waves by a hot plasma, and it has nothing to do with it being at the core of the Earth. Came from 1965. That's over 50 years. At the time of his, it was, 52 years? Yes, sir. Geology is quite reasonable. It's quite a new science. There's many things that they're learning about it. I'd say a lot of stuff that I've learned back in the day are no longer the case. And I got to watch out for that, too. But he's quoting back in 1965, and it doesn't specifically even help him at all. It's just talking about hot plasma.
Reflect.
This is how he works. This is how he works. He sells you the government is lying to you, therefore everything I say is correct. All right?
Waves. So when scientists got to bounce back off a wave, they assume solid, and it's actually rotating energy. This is science we're talking about here. You shouldn't make assumptions. When you assume something, usually it's wrong. Like a plasma torch, only fed by electricity.
The biggest faker on the face of the planet. And so how does he deal with these kind of things? He will send his little army to do a bunch of thumbs down, right? And then, on top of that, this is what they do. They don't ever actually address the points. I'm always curious, so when I saw this title, I made the decision to watch it. It's okay to criticize another's work, but I do not understand why you didn't just deliver the facts as you see them and leave it to your viewers to make their own conclusions, taunting the work of others. Yes. So it's not the argument itself. Can never point out the argument itself. If you read out through that whole thing, right? I don't think they know. I don't think the government knows. I do watch his videos. I do not know very much about the science, but I don't think they know. This is all they do. He never addressed one part of that argument there. You just hack the way that they say it. You know what? I'll call him an idiot as well as debunking the stuff that he says. I got no problem doing that kind of stuff, right? There's no problem with making an ad hominem argument as long as you have actual substance to go along with it. The problem is the projection that comes out of these types of people. So he gets a little army of people to comment on these things, saying that it is, what do you call it? They won't ever address the point, but all they do is address how you say it. People lose credibility when they have to resort to mocking. He does it all the time. He mocks science with every single video that he's ever made. Right? You can easily prove the Earth is flat by standing in a large body of water, and it has nothing to do with the topic at hand. Nothing to do with the topic at hand. Right? Let's see what else. Well, this video is not aged very well. So again, nothing mentioned whatsoever. Just notice your ratio. Maybe show the results. So they just act like popularity means truth. You know, this is how they work. They can never touch. They can never touch the argument. Never. Looks like this video backfired on you. The only thing that you go to is just say, doubt the government, doubt whatever. And I doubt the government many times. It doesn't mean that I'm just going to believe any bullshit shoveled in my face. Doesn't mean that I'm going to do that. Don't come after Dutch. Right? Nothing mentioned. Please speak for yourself. He did speak for himself. He made a great point, and you guys aren't touching it. You guys aren't touching, but you're speaking for Dutch. Dutch has started something which you might have academic to better, so please stop your bull. Wisdom and instinct does not measure to your logic. It is not measurable. Once again, nothing at all. Can you prove or validate your counter argument? It may be helpful. Well, you did. He gave you the argument, you just didn't understand it. Right? Comments on this site were censored. Oops, no, yeah, I would be deleting many of these comments, honestly, because they're all coming from what? These accounts that have no pictures to them, probably no anything on them, other than just Dutch Sin's protection mode. I wonder why. Now we see this kind of stuff happen here too. But yeah. Anyone who isn't smart enough to know how to pronounce the word iron. Actually, I like how he said iron. Iron. It should be said iron. You know what? It should be said the way it's spelled. Iron. I got no problem with it. You are ridiculous. Dutch sense is brilliant. See, this is how these people work. They don't ever actually talk about the point because he's not here for the point. He's not here for the truth. He's here for a cult following. And you can see the same types of comments in the positive when you go over to Dutch Sense's stuff. And on Bushcraft stuff too. They're perfect for each other. The only thing is, now because Bushcraft Bear is starting to plateau out, he's got to look for new people to grift off of, and Dutch Sense needs to grift off of him for some sort of legitimacy. But what Bushcraft probably doesn't know is that this is the worst person that you can leech off of. This guy is an idiot. A total idiot. And I don't know, he seems pretty suspicious. He came in and around at the same time. It's just perfect. Wow, it's perfect. This is great. It's going to be the best relationship ever, right? It's going to be the best. Community. Yeah, communities are very... Sorry that I keep saying that over and over, but I can't drive it to the... I can't drive the point home hard enough that communities are cancer. Even if they started off good or well-intentioned, they will be taken over before you even know it. Okay? That's why I constantly make fun of and mock that. Because we cannot look at ourselves here as a community. It's a group of people that I hope will disagree with me when I say something stupid, and I do my best to call out whoever I can when I see something stupid. Okay, just for an example, Godin, I don't believe in a flat Earth. I believe in an oblate spheroid Earth. I think that there is enough evidence that we see, especially plate tectonics. There's more than enough that shows me that we're not living in a flat Earth. And even I don't care how much I distrust the government. Everything that I observe around me tells me that it's a flat Earth, and I don't see any point in even thinking it's a flat Earth. I find it's a divisive, consensus-cracking topic. Just for an example, show you, because we all have distrust in the government. Consensus cracking is this. Hold on. Ugh. I cannot stand above top secret, but they do give a decent one here. A highly effective technique to which you can see in operation all the time is consensus cracking. To develop a consensus crack, the following technique is used. Under the guise of a fake count, the posting is made, which looks legitimate and is towards the truth. Which looks legitimate and is towards the truth is made. That does not make sense in English. But the critical point is that it has a very weak premise without substantive proof to back the posting. Once this is done, then under alternative fake accounts, a very strong person in your favor is slowly introduced over the life of its posting. It is imperative that both sides are initially presented so the uninformed reader cannot determine which side is the truth. This is what happened in the truth community around 2015 with Flat Earth. You heard Obama say it. This is not a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. And then in the truth community, you had people saying, oh, the Earth's flat, it's flirt. And you had like about 10 accounts constantly posting, Eric Dubé, John LeBon, all these idiots. And they're not idiots. They knew what they were doing. And what this serves, it serves as a distraction. And it makes people fight over something that doesn't matter, but it's someone that you know. TransAsia was another one. We had Redpill, who I think is a shill, or at least a grifter who was paid to do this. And he wasted everybody's time saying that some plane that downed was fake, and it means nothing to anybody. Means nothing to anybody. If you could prove it, if you could disprove it, doesn't matter, but it's meant to waste your time. As postings and replies are made in stronger, evidence for or disinformation in your favor is slowly seeded in. Thus, the uninformed reader will most likely develop the same position as you, and if their position is against you, their opposition to your posting will be most likely dropped. However, in some cases where the forum members are highly educated and can counter your disinformation with real facts and link postings, you can then abort the consensus cracking by initiating a forum slide. But there's other things that you can do as well. If someone debunks your position, you just go after the person. Just like what we were just seeing right in here. You just go straight in. Look, you just always talk about, look, flat Earth. Just immediately throw that in there, right? Oh my gosh, you should quit. 2 thumbs down. As soon as I heard your voice, I knew. You just keep never touch the point itself, right? That's actually the plan that's going on right here in these comment sections. Never touch the point. Always touch the person making it. Don't like your comments. I like Dutch. This is how they work. I'd be deleting these nonstop, by the way. I wouldn't care. Because that's how they work. And this is all the other way that the only way that they can thrive. It's what they do. When I debunked the whole, the earthquakes in formation, I got the same thing. Same thing over and over. Yeah, never ever trust. There's no such thing as a truth community. There's no such thing as just any of these communities. It's someone that wants to take over the group. That's all. To me, let God be true and every man a liar. And we debate people. We don't just take people's words that I like Dutch. We don't just do that. Don't just trust me. If you see something that you may not agree with, go for it. But I don't. It's the same thing over and over. Same thing over and over. Snake oil salesman, exactly. They both are, and it's going to be a great thing to watch. Actually, I cannot wait for the Bushcraft Bear and Dutch Sense conference, and he's gonna pigeonhole himself so bad. Yeah. After many years of me in Dutch community, I have seen people pour hundreds of thousands into his donation box and believe every word he has said. Yeah, that's the sad part about this, right? Very, very sad part about this, because rhetoric is a very strong thing. It's a very strong thing indeed. He will disappear as many others before him. Those people will go to the next Kool-Aid. Yeah. For reference, he's a decent seismologist here is a decent seismologist that Dutch did everything he could to troll him. Yeah, they just attacked the people. I'm used to that crap by now. It's called Zersetzung. I've had it happen many times to me before, and it just doesn't faze me anymore. They have to do much more subtle things. And even then, now don't ever get like, I can't get like ego filled, because that's how they play on that too, but. You see Santa Cruz. John Emilio Vidal is an American-born seismologist who specializes in examining seismograms to explore features within the Earth. He received American Geophysical Union's James B. McElwain Medal. McElwain? Is that what it is? McElwain? In 1994. Vidal was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So, yada yada. He studied the relation of tides and earthquakes, finding only the strongest tides noticeably affect the timing of earthquakes. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Earthquake swarms, finding they are a more general phenomenon than he previously suspected. The inner core, discovering high-frequency seismic waves scattered therein that offer a second line of evidence that it is rotating about 2 or 0.2 degrees a year. Whoa. Whoa. Cool. The stronger than expected healing of fault zones after an earthquake, and various details of the seismic structure of the mantle. Cool, man. Vidal also contributed an improved method of ray tracing, which relied on a finite difference approximation of the iconal. Sorry guys, gonna have to look this one up. One moment. Looks like my crash course. I'm failing myself. The iconal equation. Yeah. Is a nonlinear partial differential equation encountered in problems of wave propagation when the wave equation is approximated using the WKB theory. It is derivable from Maxwell's equations of electromagnetics. I'm going to go a little bit further than that. Just a second. Physical interpretation. By assuming that delta exists at all points, it is easy to prove that this corresponds to a time optimal control point using Bellman's optimality principle. What's the value of terms? Just 1 second. This led to the development of viscosity solutions. Hold on. Applications. Concrete is the computation of radio attenuation in the atmosphere, finding the shape from shading. Okay. Hold on. So, method of, they're doing it by ray tracing, which relied on a finite difference, which has been used widely in both earthquake and reflection seismology. Okay, so they're able to track this just by using ray tracing, using something that I don't quite understand, but I don't think I need to. It's just talking about it's able to find the earthquake and the reflection of the waves and the seismic structure of the mantle. Very cool. Very cool. So this guy does a whole bunch of stuff. He's an asset to geology and science in general, right? And he's got to be berated by this. He's got to be, what do you call it, gang stalked, or however you want to call it. This is essentially a form of gang stalking here, by the way, that we're reading in these comments. Not saying that this is him. I don't know if it is him or not. But trust me, I've undergone these types of things, and it can feel like gang stalking, especially if you don't understand the mind control behind it and the peacock effect and all that stuff. You don't understand that. right? This guy is basically, you know, an asset to science, and he's being attacked by a narcissist that gets his panties in a bunch because people are calling him out for being an idiot grifter. That's the biggest problem about that. That's the biggest problem about this. Having ego can be considered a good thing if you stand by the truth and actually help people in the process, though. Feeling good about yourself is not really an ego. Be proud of yourself. You do have to have a certain confidence, yes, or else you'll be knocked off really quick. But the problem is they also check for egos and they play to that as well, right? So bear that in mind. That's just what I mean by that. With ego, you need a certain amount of ego. You need, just like you need a certain amount of narcissism in order to be a healthy person. Right, you need to be able to look at the best interest for yourself, right? Or else it starts becoming unhealthy, right? If you just think you're totally altruistic, usually there's something kind of behind that that's dysfunctional. If you can't look out for yourself, just like as a lifeguard, your first person you need to save is yourself, or else you're not saving anybody, right? And the same thing is with ego when you're dealing with narcissists and targeting systems and things like that. You need to be able to have enough confidence in yourself that you can not get fazed by this. But at the same time, if you have too much and you rely too much on your ego, you can be destroyed. You can be destroyed by that. Yeah. Yeah. I tell you what, though, I mean, let's not call people flat earth tards. Like, I don't call people flat earth tards, just like I don't allow people to call people globe tards in chat. So I'll give you a first warning on that, and that'll be a final warning on that, Crétin. We're not going to be splitting people up in this chat, or else I don't care what information you give me, you're gone. So that's your one and only warning on that. I'm going to remove this comment. And if you got an issue with that, see you later, because I can do that research on my own too. We're already at that point too, by the way, with what do you call it? We know that what's his name does trafficking, or he is a propagator of immigration. They call it undocumented, or I'm just going to say illegal migrants, illegal aliens. He is doing that. So what we're trying to see is it done by? Are we looking at child trafficking and stuff like that as well? Is he running an illegal scam in the Canary Islands? Things like that. We're already at that point. So yeah, let's just keep that. Gang stalking is indeed real. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, man. I am definitely, this channel that I have here is definitely one that believes that the Earth is globe. And if you have evidence towards flat Earth, I mean, I don't. You know what though? I don't even really like the conversation, for the reason that it's just too divisive. It's too divisive, and there's no yield from it. There's no yield. Right? Like, even if it's true, what is there to gain by letting people know this? They're not going to believe you, and it doesn't change anything on the grand scale that the elites, that the elites are controlling things. You know what I mean? Yeah, I guess it's like, they're fooling us so much at this point or something like that, but that's too big already. It's already too big, like child trafficking. These things, like, you try and tell a normie about this, and it's just too awful for people to believe. Like, imagine trying to tell them about flat Earth, right? I don't believe in it, and I just don't even. I don't see the reason to pursue that endeavor. But other things we can certainly chat about. We don't have to agree on that, but I don't want to turn the chat into that. Let's just say that. All right, I need to refill my water bottle. I'll be a couple minutes. Let me just actually hold on. Let me see if I can get a replacement for up top. I think La Palma has a second stream at this point, or they take that down. Hold on. To La Palma. Oh, it's all good, Dystopian Dita. It's just stopping the old flat Earth discussion. Find it annoying, to be honest. Yeah, it's only Yuletide logs here anyways, but we'll put it up. Red Pill Hour in 45 minutes, just under 45 minutes. Not sure what I got for you today. I'm going to have to think about it. If you got any suggestions, let me know. For the old Yuletide logs. The old duck sauce. You're listening to Red Rocks and Red Pills, the Avidan live stream.
Barbara Streisand. 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 Barbara Streisand.
That was duck sauce. All right, let's see what's going on here. The whole Obama, yeah, he was something else, wasn't he? He was something else. Yeah, we got a couple. We got our swarm of earthquakes. Let's take a look. Hold on, I'll pull it up. Bum, ba-da-dum. We're just looking at Yuletide logs there anywhere. So, yeah, these are not stopping, are they? Look, we got quite a swarm actually in the past couple hours. A 34, depth of 34 at 2.7, a 31 at 3.1. These are all around the same area. And then we have a swarm in that stagnation chamber with one as high as 9. Or 9 kilometers in depth, I should say. And that was a 3.3. I bet you they felt that one. I highly doubt they didn't. And another 33 for that was coming off the 133 at 3.4. This is not over yet, folks. This is not over yet. I am surprised we don't see more action here. I wonder what has been what might have collapsed or something like that. I think we can see both Vinny in there. Sorry. She is poking out. Yeah, the Force 13 stream does crash every now and then. It is also a little bit late to the punch on reporting the info. But, you know, that's not all that bad either, because it does take a few minutes for other stations to report in and get a more precise reading. So it's okay. I'm all right with that. If I'm like, say I'm playing a video game or something like that, to have that on in the background, you got a little bit of Yanni music. It's nice and ambient. Mr. Barry Satoro, you know, we're into the Obama discussion. What do you guys want to do for Redpills tonight? Got any suggestions, let me know. Like exposing a lot of the old diddler stuff, often I do. It's good that we know these things. I feel like you can hear that way more. But my mic is set up, so you shouldn't be able to hear that so much. Earthquake 3D, yeah, it is good. I don't have it on my computer at the moment. I should. You give such good stuff, Finding Freedom, but I'm such a bad reader. That these can be very long, and by the halfway through, my brain just starts scrambling. This is certainly something I'll be reading very soon, though. Do a quick little rundown since we got the Yuletide logs on the channel. You can take a look over at the other volcanoes that are currently active as well. This is a company family, the untold history of Obama and the CIA. All Catholics in action. Obama's been in the news this week for overseeing groundbreaking on his presidential center. This center has sparked controversy because it will not house any actual documents and is being built on supposedly protected Jackson Park on Chicago's southern lakefront. Hugh Iglarsh wrote in Counterpunch that the main tower, which presents a giant upraised cell phone, will be, oh gosh, for the free cell phones, will be a great tower of nothing, a monument to hubris, chutzpah, and Chicago-style clout, which rivals the Pyramid of Khufu in its brutal, enigmatic grandiosity. Oh, I can only imagine myself trying to read this at the moment. I feel like today I'm not able to read very much at all. General Joseph Votel, head of the Special Operations Command, characterized the Obama era as the golden age for special operations. Green Berets were deployed to 133 countries, 70% of the world in 2014 alone. Yeah. Obama told CIA Director Leon Panetta, who I believe is out of Fordham. Is that where he went? Or Holy Cross. It's one of the two, I think. Alma Mater. Santa Clara. Okay, wrong, but Jesuit, all the same. The CIA will get everything that it wanted. Oh, I bet you they did. I bet you they did. I lived through it, man. I lived through all. I mean, we all lived through it, but when we were exposing PSYOPs, good old Sandy fishy hook. What do I got on Obama? Hold on. No. Wait, no, maybe it is BitChute. Ooh, 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 ooh. Welcome to those coming in. We have a quiet day. Although when they do put a camera on there, we do see that the mouth is active. It's just they don't want to show it. Probably it's usually up here. And there's just too much ash, too much smoke. You can barely see it there, but it's there. But that lava's still flowing. Crétin, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not too sure about his connections to them. I mean, we have Gates, his connection, IG Farben. I don't know. Listen, I just think that Obama was a puppet. Like, I don't think he's important enough to really get into. .2020. This one is the one that I was thinking of, I think. Okay, do poll. Do a poll. I think we'll do one or the other here. And I'm just gonna link that out. I don't know if they'll screw with the screen if I do this. I got a red pill video for tonight. Since I don't think I got any other ones. What do we got for Crétin? What did you put me in? Let's see what we got here. Hold on. I won't be playing. I just need to see what we got here. Oh yeah, the climate. So yeah, he equates climate deniers with that. Yeah.
Allowing the Keystone Pipeline to be built requires a finding that doing so would be in our nation's interest. And our national interest.
He's such a bad speaker too, man. He's just Ugh.
will be served.
When you have Bush that precedes him, he's just so... He sounds much better, I suppose. You put in the softball so that he comes in and he looks like a genius. I was just talking about this with Ken Hovland. If you believe in the flat earth, which I don't, but don't go trust in Ken Hovland, even if you do. Because he sounds so bad. He sounds so ridiculous that you get people like Neil deGrasse Tyson that sound good. Terramar, Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm going to put in those two. Let me know what you want for the red pill of today.
Only if this project does not significantly exacerbate the problem of carbon pollution. The net effects of the pipeline's impact on our climate will be absolutely critical to determining whether this project is allowed to go forward.
Yeah, and it's a whole lot better than lugging around oil and trains. A whole lot better. Even if there is a leak. First you got the trains themselves. Constructing the trains. And the second you have any train crash, which happens, it already has, you're in deep, deep trouble.
Americans across the country are already paying the price of inaction. So the question now...
You get this guy just... his look is just funny. Oh, he's so well spoken.
...is whether we will have the courage to act before it's too late. And how we answer will have a profound impact on the world that we leave behind, not just to you, but to your children and to your grandchildren. As a president, as a father,
yes,
and as
yes,
an American,
this is
I'm
brilliant.
here to say we need to act. We don't.
That looked like a Trump back there.
And as an American,
He looks an awful lot like one of the Trumps. Not that it is, but certainly looks like a family member.
here to say we need to act. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Stand up and clap.
Today,
Stand
for the
up
sake
and
of our
clap.
children and the health and safety of all Americans, I'm directing the Environmental Protection Agency to put an end to the limitless dumping of carbon pollution from our power plants and complete new pollution standards for both new and existing power plants.
How do they put a pipe? I mean, you just saw how they look.
Critical to
Look. Does that look perfectly straight to you? You don't think it can account for? The thing is that it's an oblate spheroid. It's not. It can be very flat in many places. You ever go to Saskatchewan? It's extremely, extremely flat. Yeah, I want to see those
I'm
guys clapping
directing
again.
the environment existing power plants.
Make sure you show the slow-mo first. Raise your hands. People won't clap like this. This is such a show. Such a show. Manufactured consent. World we leave behind to the next generation. So you mean they're free to choose if they take a vaccine? Oh yeah, no. You can't just you can't just equally apply a concept over certain over different things, right? You couldn't just say one thing and do the other on the other things. Yeah, I'll cue this one up. This one's a good one. I made a video on this as well. Only 3 votes. None of you guys have any say? If you want something else to be said, let me know. Oh, I don't know what happened here. I don't know why that played. I wasn't even on it. Sorry, guys. Let's see. What chats have I missed here? Triangular Mastral says, I spoke to Vidal on Facebook almost daily while relaying information on what Dutch has said. He's a legend, to be honest. He was hosting a conference with over 1,000 people and still took the time. Wow, that's nice, man. To speak to you and put things into perspective, and randomly PMs you each day asking how my day has been. Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, he does seem like quite an asset to the science community. It's good to hear that not all of them are completely overcome with pomp in response to an injected bunch of BS. 'Cause that's part of it too, right? They try to get the scientists against like the regular people asking questions by just like constantly putting in garbage, so they can say that the people can't think for themselves. Palma News is saying that the cone has collapsed again 5 minutes ago. Do you see something different? We can check, but I mean, there's very little that we can see, to be honest. Let's see. Go back about 7 minutes. There was something a little, I mean, like, because before it was like kind of constant that we could see this. What's this here? We did see some flow here. Look at that. But that's all we got there. There was a rather large flow that happened. See that? This here. Pixelation is screwing us up. This is going off pretty hard here. I don't know. If there was a cone collapse, I doubt we can see it. Something's going on here, I think maybe. It could just be pixelation. Something's there. Should come in now. Maybe. No, you're cool, man. Don't worry about a triangle. The cone is not visual to us. It's beyond irritating that they choose to randomly show us the overall footage than on the multiple cameras. Yeah, the same overall footage on the multiple cameras. Yeah, it is. I mean, a lot of them, like RTV, like a lot of them are. This is Canarius, this is Canarius, this is Canarius, but RTVE does not show anything. I don't know where he gets this footage from. I can't find it anywhere. I'll take another look. RTVE is no longer live, I don't think. Nope. Palma live. Let's just double check afar. Same thing. Same thing on 11L. Webcams alone there. Sky Live. Very little to be seen here today, folks. You can check out the footage from TV, from IGME, I mean. See what they brought in here today, but it is Sunday. Ugh. If the cone collapsed on one side, we wouldn't be able to tell. Yeah. Something's going on up there now. This is live, I think. Yep. Got this from IGME. Here you are.
Observamos un tubo lábico que se formó en la colada norte, como ha colapsado, cayendo lo que sería la parte.
So the north colada has collapsed here. The lava tube is underground, I suppose.
Podemos observar dentro de lo que serían las coladas del volcán de La Palma, cómo se forman estos cubos que se van produciendo lo que sería a lo largo de todo el desarrollo de las coladas hacia la zona de la Fajana, Instituto Geológico y Minero de España. Este es uno de los tubos lábicos, el primero que accedemos que ha comenzado la erupción, el Instituto Geológico y Minero, en reconocimiento, ha observado, tiene acceso a lo que sería el primer tubo lábico, que está relativamente enfriado, con temperaturas de roca en exterior de 90 grados y en interior de 400, que se observa en la erupción de La Palma en la colada norte. Nos encontramos en la salida de uno de los tubos lábicos de la colada norte. Podemos observar lo que sería parte de lo que ha sido el tapón. Este tubo estuvo funcionando hace exactamente 30 días. Se puede ver cómo la colada luego pasó por encima, dejando toda esta estructura en un borde de fluido hacia la parte inferior colapsado. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos aquí? Aparte de todas estas marcas de derrame de zona viscosa, encontramos que tenemos unas temperaturas altas. Las rocas se encuentran aproximadamente a 90 grados de temperatura y en las zonas interiores donde aparecen precipitados hemos medido un máximo de 400 grados. Instituto Geológico y Minero de España en reconocimiento.
Trying to find hidden streams on the island. I mean, there is one. I don't think Noticias is like anywhere near. His name is something. Noticias. Lenilson Nur is the name of that channel that does Noticia, the one that you see at the bottom right. That doesn't sound like it's from Spain. Just seems like he's got some secret footage. Ten minutes before Redpills, so let me know. Let me know what you'd like to do. If it's a slow night and we got low audience or something like that, we might finish up before that too. So make your vote now. I don't mean like ending right now or anything like that, but of course I hate Facebook too. I think I can pull off a Facebook video. I need the hash. I've never tried it before, but I'm pretty sure multi-stream can do this. Trying to find you guys something, but doesn't seem like there's much going on. It's okay. Redpills in 7 minutes. Terramar is leading. Yeah, Terramar is a good topic. Ventrilo harassment, yeah. What's So for those who don't know what we're talking about, like for games, they have like this, the Discord that we have that's used for gaming primarily, or it was at one point. It's expanded out now since COVID. And sending more and more people who shouldn't be on the internet online. This used to be, Ventrilo was for gamers so they can communicate as a team, yada yada. This is an example of what people would do. They would go into, Ventrilo was the program, the name of the program, a lot like Discord. And they would go in it. The thing is with Ventrilo was, if you knew the address, there was almost zero way that you could lock it out at one point. So you would have these people that would just come into these places and disrupt the servers, right? And they would have like 20 different accounts so that they could just keep coming in. Just for a laugh, we'll play this one. You can see how they disrupt people. They've had this down to a science of disruption for a very long time, folks. But it's very funny. I like this one. I really like. Sorry if there's any swearing in it. I'm not sure if there is.
So I want to know who it is that is in this raid channel by the name of Frosty Brute, because it certainly is not Frosty. He is not on vent right now.
Yeah, they used Little Frosty. They made up a name, and they've been pretty much going through whatever information they have to use different people's names.
The best part about this is, too, these gamers, just due to the fact that it's a team nature and you got to coordinate things, they take themselves a little bit too seriously, because you got to work as a team, and the team leaders and stuff like that, they start thinking that this is real life and super important, and these Ventrilo harassment videos, they really play on that. That's what makes them so good, in my opinion. Anyway, so they're trying to figure out who's this person, this random person coming into their channel.
Who has admin rights to the vent?
Frosty does. Okay. Who's trying to fix it right now.
Okay. He needs to, whenever the person joins in, you right-click on them, and you should be able to see the IP, and you just block the IP completely. And pass the IP to me so I can hack the little bastard.
That's what I was going to say. Get the IP address at least.
I'm back. And all I can say is Baltimore Orioles, #1. Baltimore Orioles, #1. Baltimore Orioles, #1. Baltimore Orioles, #1.
Hang on a minute, we're in the middle of a freaking fight.
I pity you. Baltimore Orioles, #1. Baltimore Orioles, #1. Baltimore Orioles, #1.
They choose.
I'm back. And all I can say is Baltimore Orioles, #1. Baltimore Orioles, #1. Baltimore Orioles, #1.
Shit. Oh, shit.
I'm back. And all I can say is Baltimore Orioles, #1.
Hey, fuckhead, guess what?
Baltimore Orioles,
Getting
#1.
your IP.
I love and sink.
Oh, shit. Damn it, that don't work, guys.
I pity you.
They choose the best times to do it, too.
And all I can say is Baltimore Orioles, #1.
The hell are you?
I love and sink.
Alright, well, if that wasn't the real Frosty, if Frosty comes back and talks, let me know, because that's who I muted.
That wasn't the real Frosty.
I'm back. And all I can say is Baltimore Orioles, #1. Baltimore Orioles, #1. Baltimore Orioles, #1. Baltimore Orioles, #1.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
I love and sink.
I agree, bro.
I'm back, and all I can say is Baltimore Orioles, number one. Baltimore Orioles, number one.
All I can say is you're muted.
And that doesn't matter because they come in with another account and do the same thing.
I'm back, and all I can say is Baltimore Orioles, number one.
What an asshole, you know?
Somebody has no respect for other people.
This sucks. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm back, and all I can say is Baltimore Orioles, number one. This sucks. I'm out of here.
Good. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them that are pretty good. They're pretty good. They're weird, a little weird. This one is a really bad one. I don't know. There's a lot of swearing in a lot of these because people get ticked off. So maybe I won't play them all. But yeah. Video compiler, yeah, it was a really good one. Use Ventrilo in TeamSpeak while playing Final Fantasy 11. I played 14. It was a good one. I haven't played 11 yet. I heard it's pretty good. For the most part, they end up banning real people because the vent allowed ghosting very easily. Yeah. Because they'd watch the server, right? That's what that whole "who's the frosty person," right? I got a ring in there last night. Yeah, drop your pants. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a really good one. My favorite, the Now You Effed Up with Abraham Lincoln, that was pretty good. Lead Hacksaws. Have you heard this one before? I don't, actually, you know what? Is it that bad? I don't even think it's all that bad. Hold on. You know what? We'll do this one before we get into the video. I know this might not be everybody's ball or whatever, but it can be pretty funny.
All these kids are map hacking. Lol. Ruffle.
Lol. Ruffle.
Ruffle. They're pinging me, dude. They're pinging me and I'm invis.
Oh, cringy.
Sheik. Some guy named Sheik.
Who be Sheik? Sheik, who you be?
I want to know, are you the man or are you a fucking piece of shit? No good motherfucker.
Sorry guys for the swearing.
I'm the man, dude.
Whatever, we'll play through.
What question's that?
Fuck you, piece of shit.
Okay, I totally forgot about that.
You suck, Hulk Hogan.
Okay, you know what? I probably won't play it at all. It's so bad. Yeah, hold on. We'll just go through this. You can imagine what he says.
Hulk Hogan dick.
God, piece of shit. Hey, don't laugh at him, baby. He was a piece of shit.
I
No
sent this
good
kid a virus.
motherfucker.
I sent this kid.
Check your inbox, dude. I sent you a present.
He's a liar. He's a son of a bitch.
Law, I got this kid's credit card info.
Okay, I think it's all right here.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know how you pulled that off, but
Yeah, the kid. This dude is such a poser that his friends don't even believe anything that he says. I don't know how you pulled that off.
IP, dude. Guys, IP. Checking out all the shit in his com.
Fuck the teddy bears.
Sheik, say something funny.
I'm not gonna talk anymore. I'm down now.
Okay, this part is, I forgot all about the beginning. I'm sorry about the profanities and stuff. It's been a long time since I watched these things, but this is where it gets good.
Guys, IP. Checking out all the shit in his com. I got this kid's credit card info. Got this kid's credit card info.
So he copied all of his stuff. He recorded all his stuff and is playing back to him to make fun of this kid.
Did the guy record your stuff?
Guys, IP. Guys, IP. Guys, IP. Checking out all the shit in his com. Guys, IP. I got this kid's credit card info. I got this kid's credit card info.
Listen to this guy. That guy took all Dustin's voice recordings and he's playing them back.
I got this kid's shit. I got this kid's. I got this kid's shit. I got this kid's.
Did you hear him?
Guys, IP, checking all the shit in his comm.
I got this kid's credit card info.
I got this kid's credit card info.
Alright, stop. Collaborate and listen. I sit back with my brand new invention. Grabs a hold of me tight.
I got this kid's credit card info.
Yo, I don't the lights and I'll glow. Rock a mic like a vandal. Light up the stage, rock a jump like a candle.
This is great. Oh.
I got this kid's.
I think you guys can still hear it, right?
I got this kid's. I got this kid. Fuck, this kid gets annoying.
I don't find him annoying one bit.
No, I'm trying to listen to the game.
His friends are totally backing on him.
Shit. I got this kid's credit card info. Shit.
That was pretty good.
Cruising down the street in my 6'4", jocking the bitches, slapping the hoes. Went to the park to get the scoop. Knuckleheads out there, cold shooting some hoops.
Yeah. Yeah.
A fresh El Camino rolling kilo G. He rolled down his window and he started to say,
I got this kid's credit card info. Shit. Mark's like dying.
Fuck you, I'm sort of like crying.
Shit.
Makes him leave. Okay, enough of that. Sorry for the profanity, guys. I forgot about how bad it was, but yeah. Back in simpler times. Back in simpler times. All right, Red Pill Hour it is. This is Ghislaine Maxwell's Terramar project. I can add on some stuff after this is done too. I got a few things I've looked up.
I'm delighted today for the first time to be able to have the Weather Channel have a look at what's happening for the first time in history, actually, in the high seas.
Thank you so much, Gillian. And we've got wonderful new technology here at the Weather Channel, and we are able to deliver a point forecast for the Arctic high seas. Temperatures will, for the most part, only get up into the negative 20s Celsius through the entire week.
On July 2nd, 2020, an arrest was made.
FBI agents arrested Ghislaine Maxwell yesterday, nearly 1 year to the day after Epstein was arrested.
All signs pointed to this particular incident being the story of our time.
I think a lot of people are wondering, the big question overall is, what does Ghislaine Maxwell know about what Jeffrey Epstein is alleged to have done?
Unfortunately, most of the public opinion in the U.S. is controlled by media corporations. So as soon as the coverage of Ghislaine's arrest ended, social media stopped discussing it, and the coronavirus took center stage.
The Dow is set to open about 15 seconds from now. It is expected to surge on positive coronavirus vaccine news. You can watch the big board as it opens this morning.
But among all the gossip and brief media coverage, a crucial aspect of Maxwell's story has gone largely unnoticed, the implications of which, and the groups that surround it, are as vast as they are mysterious. This is Ghislaine Maxwell's Terramar Project. According to the New York Times, Terramar was a, quote, opaque organization that had no offices and gave no grants to other organizations. And shortly after Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, Terramar officially announced their closure. But what was the Terramar Project? At first glance, it would appear that the now infamous Ghislaine Maxwell had a soft spot for the environment.
We have created 5 gigantic gyres of plastic and garbage that swirl in the open ocean. This is the largest fishing net. It fits 12 Boeing 747s in its mouth. We don't know very much about the ocean, actually, it turns out. Less than about 1% of it has been explored. So however you feel about the creatures in the ocean, the more of them that we have, the better, the healthier, and the more resilient is our ocean.
One can easily agree with the sentiment of protecting the environment. But as you're about to see, Maxwell's Terramar Project isn't just about, quote, protecting the oceans.
She's at the UN.
But controlling and owning them.
So the ocean is the next frontier. It's the next big debate. It's the next big grab of space.
The person who has been the inspiration behind the Sustainable Oceans Alliance, who has something called Terramar Project, she controls the oceans around the world. And therefore I invite my dear friend, Ghislaine Maxwell, to tell us how we can own the oceans. You have 3 seconds.
These people have the worst sense of humor.
Ownership and control of the world's oceans carries with it all kinds of possibilities. Most of the human population has no idea what's going on in the depths of the sea. Maxwell, however, knows a thing or two about the high seas.
Started when I was a little girl. I grew up watching Jacques Cousteau on TV and became mesmerized with the oceans. It led to me becoming a deep worker submersible pilot.
But surely Ghislaine's ties to child trafficking have no relation to her, quote, Terramar Project. But this perspective begins to break down as soon as one browses the individuals and groups associated with the organization. According to Maxwell's recent testimony, Jeffrey Epstein supplied her with funding for Terramar. But that's obvious, right? But if we move along, we see that this picture shows Maggie Nixon with Barack Obama. The same Maggie Nixon pictured here.
I didn't even know this had a Barack tie.
Who was in a film that was created by oceanographer Sylvia Earle.
Ever since I met Sylvia, I was absolutely enamored with her. Just really inspired with her love of the ocean and of exploring and creating like short films for each hope spot.
Great to see you.
You know, there's so many of your constituents who are out there that most people don't even know about.
I had a question for you, and that is, what's it like going down 1,000 meters?
I'd love to show you.
Huh? I mean, I've done some diving, but I think right around 100, I kind of say, okay, it's time to turn back.
This is the same Sylvia Earle that in early 2019 said, quote, I am thrilled to be a founding citizen of Terramar. Maggie Nixon was the granddaughter of Agnes Nixon, creator of the soap opera All My Children.
To you, Agnes. Susan.
And is the daughter of Sarah Nixon, who can be seen here tagged with a group of apparent friends. Notice the name Sarah and the username 3-Ring Circus. As you can see, the username checks out because we can verify that 3-Ring Circus on Instagram is in fact Sarah Nixon. But what's the big deal with this picture? It's certainly not suspicious to hang out with friends. Well, given that I've already been kicked off YouTube, now I can show you who Sarah Nixon appears to be having a lot of fun with.
Owner of Comet Ping Pong in Washington, D.C. James, thank you so much for being here.
This insane conspiracy idea filled with just lies about this impossible international conspiracy of human traffickers involving Hillary Clinton.
It goes without saying that Alephantis surrounds himself with the highest of the elite class. many of whom mired in patterns of apparent Satanism and human trafficking. A rabbit hole I won't go down again, with the exception, however, of one of Elephantis' friends, Matt Hollenby. Matt is the program director of the Weiss Foundation, another, quote, nonprofit dedicated to protecting the environment, most notably the oceans. The Weiss Foundation receives its grant money from Oceana Incorporated, which is owned by the Pew Charitable Trust. And who runs the Pew Charitable Trust?
Tamara Lozado. Tamara, welcome.
Thank you.
Tamara is currently the Senior Vice President at the Pew Charitable Trusts, where she manages government relations for Pew.
Tamara, why don't you give your opening presentation?
Great. Thank you very much, and great to see everybody. Thank you for giving me a job.
Tamara Lozado made an appearance in John Podesta's leaked emails. Here she writes to John Podesta, quote, "We plan to heat the pool, so a swim is a possibility. Bonnie will be Uber service to transport Ruby Emerson and Meve Luzado, 11, 9, and almost 7. So you'll have some further entertainment, and they will be in that pool for sure." The way you perceive this email might depend on how you perceive Evie's Crib, a family blog that was ran by the same Tamara Luzado and a related blog called Jack's Place. Notice the labels on Tamara's blog, which are used to help visitors find what they want. To name a few, baby Ambien, bones, filth, parental manipulation, psychopath, tranquilizers, slurp. In this post, Tamara writes, Evie will be joined in childcare by her buddy Jack, who she links here. This image on Jack's Place shows their baby with a sensor over his privates. Ken and Stephanie, who apparently ran this page, comment below, quote, "Unrated versions of this photo available only to premium subscribers." Jokes or otherwise, this is still more of the same deviant debauchery associated with infants and children coming from this group, and by this group, I mean the single most powerful people in the world. These families belong to vast, extended genealogies, and they fund and control the same non-profit organizations. For example, among Oceana Inc.'s board of directors include the Rockefeller family, a family almost always found near the most peculiar and powerful historical events and organizations. The Terramar Project and those associated with it is like a who's who of the world's global elite. Next, you're going to tell me that Terramar is associated with the Clinton dynasty, right? Military officer Scott Borgerson was listed as a board member of the Terramar Project in 2013.
So I'd like to begin with the topic of public-private partnerships.
Scott is the CEO of Cargo Metrics, a maritime innovation company attempting to, quote, digitize global shipping. The word maritime refers to seafaring commercial or military activity, and, quote, maritime transport has to do with the transport of goods or people via waterways. What separates Scott's maritime transport methods from others is its focus on artificial intelligence with the goal of creating fully autonomous giant industrial self-driving ships, with particular focus on the international, quote, race for the Arctic.
So the Arctic again is becoming central as the ice recedes, opens up these oil and gas resources and the potential for shipping shortcuts as well. I think that there's little clandestine activity happening in the Arctic, but the truth is we don't really know because the United States and Canada aren't really sure what ships are transiting there now. But I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that Al-Qaeda or international terrorism or other transnational crimes such as drugs or human trafficking will go through the Arctic because it's such a long, arduous, still cold place.
Why is this group so focused on the Arctic Ocean?
I would say a master plan would work because it would force capital and finance ministers and governors to and presidents to get together to make the basic
manufacture consent.
My normal day starts waking up quite early, maybe about 5 o'clock. Get my emails done in bed generally before Joan wakes up. Then I try to keep up with the news because we've got 1 or 2 organizations that are doing global issues, so it's very important I know what's going on in the world.
The Podesta leaks revealed that Richard Branson met often with his friends Hillary Clinton and John Podesta. And Branson's Necker Island is directly next to Epstein's Little St. James Island. Even The Guardian reported that Epstein had Branson's personal phone number. One section of Branson's island is called the Elders' Temple, a location where many older and still powerful people meet up to discuss their, quote, philanthropic endeavors.
We hope you enjoy your flight with Virgin Atlantic and hope to be there in approximately 35. Are we there yet? Thank you and enjoy your holiday.
Branson's plane company is partnered with the Radcliffe Foundation, which is owned by Frank Giustra, who created the Elpida Project, the logo of which bears a striking resemblance to the boy lover pedophile symbol.
I'd like to introduce some new students, Mr. Black and Mr. White.
No way! The government cheated! Sent to steal our experiments for their secret covert operations.
No, dude, we're here for a righteous education and to meet babes.
Silly me. Wrong program. I tracked Bling Bling Boy to his parents' private island, 30 miles off the coast.
What's this, Powerpuff Girls? And the Star and Crescent, yeah. Just like on Oracles.
I've seen enough to be confident in the postulation that Terramar was set up to create a kind of separate society, or to facilitate one that already exists. A new world with its own laws, the locations of which scattered across several privately owned islands and clandestine sections of the Arctic Ocean, some of which could potentially be underwater. Human trafficking on a global scale, involving internationally connected intelligence agencies, politicians, and billionaires. I don't pretend to know why trafficking children seems to be a requisite for this elite group, but the reality that such an operation exists is undeniable to me. If the censorship regarding this topic should tell us anything, it's that we're almost certainly onto something unbelievably big. I truly believe this to be the case. I truly believe there are children currently surviving circumstances at the hands of evil, and suffering at a rate the likes of which I don't think I have the ability to properly imagine. And a large part of me feels my videos on this topic are not actually helping children currently in harm's way, but simply revealing how seemingly impossible it is to do so. While this could be true, our brief pain of feeling unable to help pales in comparison to the suffering endured by children all over the world who are at this very moment truly defenseless and truly suffering. If nothing else, what's most important is knowing in our hearts this is real and happening now, because it's only from there that progress can begin. So I ask, what do you think about Maxwell's Terramar project? What does your heart tell you?
Those two.
Come on, faster!
Sir, it's all taken care of. I think you're really going to enjoy these two.
Lay down! Come on, faster!
For a better day.
That was Mouthy
If you
Buddha.
want to see our videos continue, and you think they're important, and you think they're worth $1, please support them on Subscribestar or Patreon, and keep your eyes peeled on my Twitter, where I'll be announcing the next drop.
Hold on, I'll get you the link for that. Powerpuff Girls is extremely adult-oriented, not for kids. Also lots of adult references that only adults would ever understand. They do the same thing with, like... Hold on. I don't need to go through this one. They do the same thing with, like, SpongeBob and all that stuff. It's pretty... They want us to hate each other. Avidan. Dang it. Asaf Avidan covers up all my stuff. Hold on. Uploads, videos. Just a second. Yeah, so before I've done a lot of stuff on this kind of stuff before. This one's about 5 minutes long. At first it doesn't seem like it is having to do with what we just talked about, but take a look. Also, I'm aware of how cringy I sound in part of it. I rushed through it.
Tonight, police say a man driving a pickup truck purposely jumped the curb and mowed the family down.
We believe that this was an intentional act and that the victims of this horrific incident were targeted. We believe the victims were targeted because of their Islamic faith.
Looks like a literal South Park character.
Are we being conditioned to act in anger and hate? What reasons could someone have to do this? Have you heard of the news of the residential schools in Canada?
The Tecumloops de Secwepemc First Nation isn't revealing the exact location, only that it was somewhere near this school, which opened in 1893 and was operated as a residential school by the Catholic Church until 1969.
It was devastating to hear this. The remains are many, many years old, decades.
Few details were released
Polish
today,
king's
but Chief
name.
Roseanne Casimir says remains of 215 individuals were located.
Reports say the Tecumloops de Secwepemc have found the bodies, and Canadian police have given them full control of the investigation. So who are the Tecumloops de Secwepemc? Who and what funds them?
Their website is fully functional and comprehensive, although links seem to be working, with one exception.
Aside from the first link, every financial statement has been either removed or misplaced on the website. If you don't get a 404, you only get a blank page linking to itself. What a coincidence, but I'm sure these things happen. What partnerships does the Tecumloops have outside of government? This is Raven. According to their website, they take on fundraising for groundbreaking challenges in partnership with Indigenous nations. This campaign, like all the others on the site, have a strong, if not priority, focus on conservation, sustainability, and management of both land and sea. Have any of these other Raven campaigns made headline news?
The arrest started before dawn. In all, RCMP took 6 people into custody and dismantled the camp.
Dialogue with the Wet'suwet'en and other people in the community will continue.
So far, though, actions are replacing words. Protests against the arrest popped up in Vancouver, Victoria, and near Trenton, Ontario, blocking trains and access to a port. Still, images like these are unlikely to quell criticism from First Nations groups who support the hereditary chiefs and oppose the project.
On Raven's website, you'll find their actual fundraising is mostly larger gifts or donations to and from other connected groups, and then given to their conservation activist programs run by groups and bands like Wet'suwet'en and Secwepemc. But among all the NGOs celebrating what are mostly donations to each other, therein lies a group that only pays in, whose name becomes quite constant in all social justice causes and gets its donations from higher places. That's because Tides Canada, now known as Makeway, is not a Canadian company.
It's in fact a branch of US-based Tides Foundation and Nexus, a massive fiscal sponsor of many social justice causes you've certainly heard of. And over the past 20 years, this network alone has funneled billions from the same privileged, mega-rich few into the same causes that keep us all divided. You will find the same templates of funding, themes and phrases in almost every social justice cause, and almost every cause has major funding that can be traced back to tides. So why the same familiar conflicts and distractions? Is there something else they don't want you to know about? This is Terramar, created by Ghislaine Maxwell. As the NGLs like to say, if you don't know about her, you better do your research. So you have the Rockefellers, you have the Tides Foundation, Soros' fund, Open Society Foundation, I think it's called, and they're all funding into Terramar.
In raising the flags at sunset
you can
on
go
Sunday.
Away, whoever you are. Just look, this is like the best ratio I've seen in a while. Once again, comments turned off. They turn off all the comments. We pay for them, for all of their garbage, and they just give us crap all day. Decision to raise flags is appropriate, says Indigenous veteran. We don't need you to tell us when to raise our flag, all right? This is no longer native land. Yeah, but that's a whole nother thing that they just want us to fight each other over. Welcome to those that are tuning in. The volcano's a little bit quiet, although it has picked up a little bit. Here, let me take down this stuff just a second. If you want to continue some Redpills, I can go a little bit further. We can actually take a look into the Terramar project a little bit further, do a deep dive of our own. So, I don't know, type a 1 in chat if you want to continue looking at them and see some of the names behind them. But before I do that, I do want to just take a look at that mouth here now. Yes, Kitty. Yes, I know. This is getting pretty intense here. Looks like a lot of stuff kind of coming over. Looks like this is flowing alive and well. So a lot of the lava action seems to be underground, pushing through. And that mouth is starting to pick up again. Too bad we can't get a camera on it. That's it. When we're dealing with commies. Oh wow, I didn't see the one that happened yesterday. The one in Indonesia. That was a 6.0. Let's take a quick look over at Mount Aso. And I need to clean up my board. Just give me a second. What do we got going on in chat? Looking pretty deep. Do I know the link between civil and... Yeah, let's not even get in that deep into the semantics in this point. He was correct in that. We do expect a level of civility in chat, regardless of its etymology. So that's why I did remove your comment on talking about murderous violence against people. And if you want to debate the point of it, well, I'll ask you to stop wasting time. Today, people lack morals. I'm not even religious, but I respect and abide what I feel in my heart. Everyone knows what's right and wrong. I don't necessarily believe that, to be honest. I think a lot of people are so messed up that they don't understand what's right and wrong. I think that's a big thing. Mount Asso. Revenge is for Yahshua, Jesus, however you want to say it. I agree. Our job is to expose, not to take the matters into our own hands, because unfortunately it doesn't work out for us. There is a certain peace in that, but exposing, nothing wrong with exposing people. This is Mount Asso, which is currently pretty chill. I think this looks like just rainy weather, if you ask me. See how I was looking earlier. It was a bit clearer, I think, back here. Nah. Rainy day in Japan, so we can't really see what's going on back there. There's a huge, behind this fog layer, or whatever you want to call it, is a huge caldera that has collapsed before, and it is starting to erupt again. It's called Mount Asso, or Asso, however you want to say it. And a couple weeks ago, it started erupting. Also, we can take a look at... We have some more on Nevada del Ruiz. Not a lot of live footage that can be found there. No. We'll go upload date and remove live. Oh, a creepy picture. That poor girl. There was, let's see. Story Nevada del Ruiz. Arenales. We have to deal with that kitty. Looks like it's kind of chilling there too. Okay, I gotta go deal with him. Be right back. Sorry. All right. Ornalis. So this was started to go off a couple days ago. Okay, enough of that music. I can't take that generic electric stuff. I don't know if that's from the volcano though, is it? Let's see if there's any more information on this. Nevada del Ruiz. Yeah, it doesn't seem like we have too much going on here. There was a pretty big eruption at one point. That was a little bit ago. Look at this little landslide going on here. Or like starting a fault or whatever. But yeah, this was a few days ago. Looks like there isn't too much to report on this, to be honest. Okay, anyways. Let's take a look. Terramar. So this got pulled basically as she got arrested. Let's see if I can find a decent one. Maybe down a little bit further. The Daily Catch was their news. Oh man. Let's take a look. Uh, 2019. Should have it. Let's see. Yes. These are the ones. Now, can I get a more interactive? Do they show us anything? Some of these faces you might be able to recognize, but I'm pretty sure I can get you a better one. Hold on. A lot of names you'll know once you hear them. Yes, kitty. Hold on. Let's go to archive.org. They'll have more. I like archive.is because I'm pretty sure they can mess with this stuff here. Hold on. TerramarProject.org. Actually, let's try 2019. Oui, kitten. Oui, kitten. Qu'est-ce que tu fais? Sylvia Earle, that's who was just in that video that we just watched. There's Richard Branson there. There's also a picture of him on a cruise with, or a little yacht with Obama. Who do we got here? Gel Man. Oh, kitty, come on, man. Get out of here. Go, 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 go. I'm looking for the citizens, so let me just see. If I go like this, hashtag citizenship. Just give me a moment. It's hard to get this stuff. Hey Sandra, good to see you. Yeah, it's okay, Godin, but it's not about what I like or what I dislike. It's about I'm not interested in getting pulled for such little things. It's not about your spice. It's not about you. It's not about you. Ugh. Come on. So they closed it August. It was already closed. Let's take a look back to July. Let's do July. 2018 should be there. Ugh. Brutal. And you can see how many people have been partnered with them. No, I don't want to sign up. Of course cats want to be loved, but he also just likes hunting and being a pain in the butt. He is in play mode, that's for sure. So yeah, we got Al Jazeera, Fox News, Huffington Post. See, they're all with it, right? Bloomberg, Max Impact, UN, TEDx, right? Now, should have the citizenship. Come on, man, where is it? Where did it go? Let's try again. One more time. Trying to find an interactive list of those founding citizens. And while I'm doing that, I might as well just go Terramar founding citizens list. We don't need to get it right from the horse's mouth. You saw those pictures anyways. Let's go back to maybe March. Okay, whatever. Meet the citizens of Terramar. We'll just go off the plebit for now. $2016. We'll go. Heard that guy Richard Branson is more wicked than Epstein. It's possible. It's possible. I mean, Epstein is just one, right? He's just one person. It's just that his connections to Robert Maxwell, the Maxwell family, and all the different universities is what makes it so crazy. All right, we'll let this load. Apparently takes a couple years. Global Ocean TV, an initiative of Terramar Project. Page unresponsive. We'll wait for it, I suppose. There we go. I knew I'd get there. I'm sorry for the wait, folks. While this loads up, we got a few names start off. Can we go? Well, this is a Soros, Jonathan Soros Sr. Or sorry, Jonathan Soros, the Senior Fellow of Roosevelt Institute. And we get the first guy here, Ghislaine Maxwell and Richard Branson right there, Virgin Group. Barry Diller of Interactive Corporation. Richard Rockefeller, Chairman of Sargasso Sea Alliance Executive Committee. Sargasso Sea Alliance is a great one to look into if you like research. Yves Behar. I wonder if Joy Behar is related. CEO and Chief Designer of Fuse Project. Captain Don Walsh. Amir Dossel, Chairman of Global Partnerships Forum. Stephen Hoff, President of Afinos. This is the Gel dude. Gel something. One second. Stuart Beck of Palau's Ambassador for Oceans and Sea Chairmans of Sustainable Oceans. Philip Levine of CEO of Royal Media Partners. David de Rothschild. These are all founding citizens of Ghislaine Maxwell's Terramar project. Ahmet Orhan, Alas Holding in, in Turkey. That's where they had the, what do you call it? The Cappy kill switch video. I can show that to you as well, I think. Alex Rogers, University of Oxford. Theodore von Liechtenstein, founder of the Green Team Foundation, little wee Princess Theodora. Sylvia Earle there, Andrea Kersner. Let's see, we got lots of different names here. Look, Ben Shore, they put in a 12-year-old, Ben Shore. University of York. Just speed this up a little bit. Stony Brook University. The Safina Center. Colin Cowie, I don't know about that guy. Dr. Dan Lafley, ocean conservationist and marine vice chair of IUCN's World Commissions on Protected Areas. These are the people that are stealing up all the land. Daniel Pauly, UBC. Lots of UBC involvement, by the way, in the edge.org as well, that we've been looking at a lot. David Shaw, Black Point Group. Sir David Tang, entrepreneur. David Wasong of Soros Funds Management. That name shows up quite a lot in these areas. Inga Solheim, adventurer, polyguide, and explorer. Dee Poku, founder and CEO of the WIE network. Let's see. National Geographic Society's explorer in residence, Enrique Sala. Federica Tesoriero, another preservation fund funneler. Look at this name. Francesca von Habsburg. If you know much about the monarchies of Europe, you'll know that name. Art collector and philanthropist, which just means child diddler, of course. An art collector, kind of like it's kind of like Hunter Biden, you know. David Polk, Gracie Young, University of Oxford, another Oxford one. One World, One Ocean, chairman, Greg McGilvery. Another 12-year-old. They seem to like 12-year-olds. I wonder why. Jacqueline and Mortimer Sackler. Parents, investors, and philanthropists. J.B. Miller of Empire Entertainment. John Pagazzi, art collector. Another art collector, indeed, of course. Jeffrey Walker of the Health Alliance CHWs. Jamma Kid, I'm not 100% sure who that is. Google Oceans Program, Jennifer Austin Fulks. Jen Pitzer, co-founder and managing director of the MOS Foundation. Johan Elash, and that is Head NV. We just went through Soros. Jorge Jimenez of the Marviva Foundation. Karen Duffy, a writer, of course. Get a couple writers in there. IUCN Global Marine and Polar Program. IUCN seems to be a big name. Sustainable Preservation Initiative Director Lawrence S. Coben. Leon Koffler, Super Farm. Lily Shore, 10 years old, budding marine biologist. Mara Shore, conservation attorney. By the way, conservation attorney is also tied to conservation medicine. Okay, so conservation of wildlife, conservation medicine, and conservation veterinarians. The three of these things is part of what's called conservation. It's a One Health, One World initiative. And it's all tied together. And you wonder why there's like climate lockdowns, or that they're going to be talking about climate lockdowns, along with the old virus lockdowns and all that stuff. Pro Natura, maybe like Natura 2000, where they're doing all these reserves around Europe. Yeah, this one holding a butterfly, is it? President of World Rise, Maritine Asseline. We got Megan Heaney Greer. There's more to come. Some big names to come. Just give it a moment. Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. That's Mikhail Golubter. Interior designer and television host Nate Berkus. Dr. Nathan Wolfe. Now, this is a big one. This guy, he is a virologist and author of The Viral Storm. And he has lots and lots of ties to EcoHealth, which was the company that funneled funding through the NIH and NIAID to the Wuhan Institute. So that's something to look into. Dr. Nathan Wolfe is definitely a person of interest there. Nick Mason, the drummer of Pink Floyd, sorry. Pink Floyd's drummer is in it. Nick Pritzker, co-chairman, Clean Energy Trust. Oscar Metzevat. Paul Toff of Groupon. Remember, that was pretty big on the go. Lord Peter Mendelsohn, chair of the Global Council, at least at the time. CEO of Reef Worlds. Patty Kim, International Creative Management. Peter Neal, director of the World Ocean Observatory. Peter Roth, founder and CEO of Peter Thomas Roth Labs. Philip Rosedale, founder and chairman Second Life. Is that like the video game Second Life? Is that what that is? Co-founder of Coffee and Power. Rainer Sternfield, founder and CEO of Marine Explorer. Richard Audius, founder of the New York Forum. Rob Locascio, founder and CEO of LivePerson. Remember, these are all the founding members of Terramar, which is Ghislaine Maxwell's, Diddler Ocean organization. Next up, you might know him if you're a gamer, Robert Kotick, CEO and president, well, no longer, but I think he still is, CEO and president of Activision Blizzard. They just had a big sex scandal there. I bet you that was something to cover up his actions here with Ghislaine, if you ask me. Richard Barnett, chairman and CEO of Shockley Corporation. Samantha Harris, apparently nobody. Sarah Winter Whalen, director of Healthy Oceans Coalition. Sean Russell, project director of Stow It, Don't Throw It. National Geographic Society, another one. Conservation technologist. Conservation, by the way, you hear that name? Just like how philanthropist turns out to just be diddler. Conservation usually means the Fauci crew and all the people behind him. Shelley Malkin, NRDC trustee. I'm not too sure what that is. Studio Number One founder, Shepard Fairley. Stefani Greenfield, the Jones Group, CCO. Research Foundation, Research Foundation. Stephen Cohn. Susan Avery. Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. Who else? Any other big names? Edison Universe, Thomas State. Another student. Club of Madrid. Ooh. Now that might be a little pertinent to us. Club of Madrid? I'm not sure. Tom Aikens, Sustainable Chef. Good old diddling chefs. Seems to be a little bit of a link there, isn't there? Who else? We have Veronique Pittman. Green Schools Alliance and Rainforest Foundation. Yeah, all these diddlers. All of these diddlers, they all have some pretty cool titles, of course. Seem to be all over the place, too. WinRAM freediving world record holder. IUCN, Oceans Ambassador, once again. What is this IUCN, I wonder? IUCN. Heard of them before. What say you, chat? Anything in there? One thing you'll find, and we'll get into this now in a bit, you have a blue sphere that is incomplete in almost all of their logos that I've noticed. People who've been following this page have already seen me point this out a good bit, but we'll do it a little bit more too. And as you can see, another broken blue sphere here, another one there. Hold on. Must be a way to... There's like a whole bunch of these actually. Just I can't get to it yet. Hold on. Come on. Well, let me do it. Tell the world about Terramar. Hey, Medad. Good to see you. International Union for Conservation of Nature. For the G20 Rome Summit. So they were all in that there. What we were just looking at a couple weeks ago, I guess, was it? Yep, they're still kicking. All these diddlers are still all up in our grill. They were in Rome. The conservation leader who says we can work with all oil majors. Of course you can. You're all in the same boat. Or boats, apparently, through the Terramar project. You've all been honeypotted and blackmailed. Dang, I wish this thing... Usually this thing scrolls, and you can just keep saying all of these broken blue spheres in the Coral Foundation. I wonder if there is a... Education, games, friend of species, ocean passports... I don't know if I can quite find that now, but yeah, these people are the ones. They all act like they're, then, you know, saving the world when they're really just diddling kids, huh? Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? That data has been deleted? Yeah. Let's see. TikTok. Zombie. Check link. What is that? We'll take a look in a second. My family's been sent over 12 letters so far from BBC. Hold on. Really? That's the one it's going to put it to? Hold on. Okay. Because we refuse to pay our TV license. That's how avid we are about truth. The BBC is a pedophile ring. Yeah. We went through Jimmy Savile and all of his stuff. How the BBC covered up for it. Now they want to pretend that they're exposing him. They did the same thing with the Canadian Epstein dude up here. CBC was covering up, saying there's no evidence that it could be anything. And then like 2 days later, they were just like, oh, crap, we're going to have to cover this. Yeah. All right. Let me just check that TikTok thing real quick. No, go away. What am I supposed to be looking at? I've muted it, so... I mean, we got a guy up in the picture. He's someone walking. Creepy looking figure, of course. But I don't know. Oh, there's another pedo. Back there. Not I don't know about Ryan Reynolds, but Will Ferrell, I think that was, wasn't it? Oh gosh. Such brain dead garbage. Ugh. Brain dead. Brain dead. This is why you love Canada? Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, that's all Canada. That's all Canada. Can't find anything like that anywhere else. Oh, what's this, more Elsa crap? Yeah, okay, more dancing. More dancing, yeah. Such brain dead garbage. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to be dismissive or anything to their mad packs, but they like putting creepy stuff in, yeah. Maybe there's something I'm missing. How do you see the comments? Log into TikTok. No, thank you. I shan't do that to your Chi-Com garbage. Yeah, you probably won't see me on TikTok there, folks. I won't be supporting that stuff. What else we got? Zombie. Yeah, I mean, well, there was better examples of zombies, everything below that, to be honest. Again, not trying to sound dismissive on you. Thank you very much for putting in the link. But you got the concert. Well, 5G, I mean, isn't that everywhere? Is that everywhere? I don't know how it affects the jab. I don't know. I see a lot of stuff out there, but I think there's a lot of injective narrative. Best way to avoid a confrontation nowadays is record everything, yeah. Police body cams show people the truth. Another great versatile use. That's what I'm doing here in France. Recording these suckers and putting them on check, no joke. Bon appétit. What do we got here? Gourdin sorti au commissariat Rose. You film them and you don't.
Pas une infraction.
On a relevé les RIO quoi là.
Il n'y a pas de RIO.
Ah, il n'y a pas de RIO ouais, en plus. Il n'y a pas de RIO, ils ont l'habitude. Hein. Non, police. Mais il n'y a pas de RIO, ouais. Attends, je vérifie lui. Ouais, il n'y a pas. Il n'y a pas de RIO.
S'il y a un RIO sur 3.
C'est quoi, RIO?
Ah ouais, bon, ouais.
Voilà,
okay.
déjà. Hein? Faut l'avoir s'il vous plaît, votre RIO.
Why is he filming down?
Vous voudrez contrôler avec des RIO, c'est ça en fait.
Ils sont où vos RIO? Ils sont où?
I'm get no. Yeah, see,
ils sont où vos
they're
RIO?
so bad. They're so bad at argumentation. There's a big issue with police officers.
Prenez nos droits, on va les faire valoir.
Completely unable to talk. Like they just expect you to comply. They can't discuss anything.
La carte d'identité n'est pas obligatoire. Déjà d'une. Déjà, ouais. Moi, la loi, comme quoi, elle peut avoir une carte d'identité.
C'est les deux gros tas là-bas là, qui balancent là.
Ouais, ce mec-là?
Ouais, c'est celui-là là.
Ah, vous savez mieux.
Non, nous on n'est pas avocats, non. On n'est pas des criminels.
La française, elle vient d'être abrogée.
Ah, on n'est pas des criminels, nous. Les avocats, c'est bien des criminels, ouais. Voilà. Ah bah si vous le savez pas, on va vous le dire. Hein. Ils sont où vos RIO là? Ah bah y a pas.
Refus de vous donner son RIO.
En plus de refuser. C'est terrible. Et puis c'est
lui qui a attendu la police, justement. C'est lui qui a appelé la police.
C'est lui qui appelle la police. Non, mais ils m'ont fait le même coup là.
Fish of the intel and possessed by locusts.
Il y a les renforts qui arrivent. C'est vous qui êtes ridicule. Non, mais c'est clair, ils nous prennent pour. Quelle loi? Elle est où la loi là?
You gotta see this. This is crazy. This is some crazy stuff here.
Don't you offer your services to the public?
Yes, but the state requires that you need to be masked in order to come anywhere inside.
You can't deny public services per federal law.
Yes, I can.
18. You can violate 18 U.S.C. 245.
I don't know what that is, but it's a
It's a federal.
An interesting little. Hold on, let me make sure I got my. Okay, yeah. What's going on with this picture here? But
well, you're a public accommodation. You just said you're open to the public.
I have the right to refuse service to anyone.
That's what 18 U.S.C. 245 is exactly about.
My store, I'm asking you to leave.
Do you understand what trespassing means?
Yes.
Or asking someone
You're
to leave?
trespassing. When I ask you to leave and
honestly, I think the people coming in are a bit of. They're shit disturbers.
you don't leave, you're now trespassing.
That's not what trespassing
Yes, it is.
I wouldn't fucking touch me.
Don't
Please.
touch her.
The worst thing you could do is put your hands on me right now. The absolute worst fucking thing you can do is put your hands on me.
Yeah, don't fucking touch her.
Get out right now. I have the right to use reasonable force once I've asked you to leave and you don't
dare
leave.
you.
Get out. Right now.
I fucking dare you.
Get the fuck out. What? Get out! Ah! Hey! Get the fuck out!
People are losing their minds.
Somebody call the police on this lady.
They're both just so ready to fight each other. Ridiculous.
Amy.
How can you resist fresh baked cookies?
You don't get to fucking assault people and run a business.
This is all probably very, I don't know, controlled. Probably just freak people out, get people fighting each other.
Back to you. I've asked the questions
Oh, Mitt Romney. The Mormon diddler. Ambassador nominee speaks out about American greatness as reason Switzerland bought U.S. military tech. Oh, we know. Yeah, okay. Senator Tim Kaine. Oh, gosh. Good old Forbes. They always want me to watch, what do you call it? They always want me to watch, like, how Rand Paul is giving some stark words to Anthony Fauci. I mean, that word... Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It was 3 days ago. This has been going on for, like, 2 years, man. It's like, nothing's ever going to come from this. They're trying to make it look like Fauci's, like, the final boss or something. Like, get the heck out of here, Forbes. I'm so sick of this shoved in my face. It was a pretty good zombie takedown, I suppose, yeah. But they probably just want us all to cheer for one side or the other. What did you just watch? We were just watching, let's see.
Back to you. I've asked the questions
Oh, hold on. Yeah, she did get wrecked though, didn't she? No justice, no peace. They're so charged. Everybody's so politically charged. I'm just not going to take it. That's all. TikTok is full of pedos. Yeah. I never really played into that platform based on its popularity. I don't play into fat. Yeah. Just its popularity alone, I just refuse. But the whole Chi-Com garbage and trying to just, yeah. Have you seen the massive protests worldwide on Twitter? They're trying to divide. It's only uniting. Yeah, I'm starting to see a lot of different places, especially Europe. Lots of protests. Jab protest. What if I say jab protest at the moment? Yeah, water cannon. Yeah, I'm sure 1 month ago was the most you can see. No jab, no job protest. Yeah, they're probably removing everything on YouTube. Is it? You guys got any good links? I'll put them up. Put up those links. We'll watch them. Have you seen the massive protests? Yeah. Okay, sorry, I missed that already. Or I already read that, I mean. Yeah, yeah, I rarely, like, sometimes I'll watch a video if it's, like, pertinent to the volcano or something like that, maybe on TikTok, but it's very rare. I see IUCN. We were just going through the Terramar project, and IUCN is all over it. There was, like, 4 different people that were quote-unquote ambassadors in the International Union of the Conservation of, or for Conservation of Nature. They were all over Rome there. What happens if I throw in Jesuit right behind that? What does this mean? Murder, rape, and torture. Yeah, just a clickbaity title. No idea what the European going through. I'm in Canada, it's a lot the same. Most base politician, he's Dutch. Why are they rolling in trying to start shit? You know, I agree. I think that, well, it's just like the bake that cake bigot. It's just the other way around. It's just the other way around. Now, that being said, Portland, Oregon is a commie shithole, so. Yeah, no, I don't agree with any side. I think they just want us all to pick on one side or the other. I think we're both idiots. Baudet. Okay, which one should I look at? The one with the most views? Is that a good one?
Voorzitter, ambtsgenoten, leden van het kabinet.
This was September, a couple months ago now. Forum for Democracy International, kind of a sketchy name, but...
Kabinet. Vandaag richt ik me opnieuw nadrukkelijk tot alle mensen in Nederland. Gevaccineerd of ongevaccineerd. Bang voor corona of niet. Boze journalist of open mind. Om met Hans van Mierder te spreken, ik ga proberen het goed te zeggen. En ik zal deze tekst ook integraal met voetnoten en bronvermeldingen publiceren op onze site. Dus, voorzitter, in 2009 publiceerde Ab Osterhaus een beroemd geworden artikel in het gerenommeerde internationale vaktijdschrift Vaccine. Het was getiteld Vaccine-Induced Enhancement of Viral Infections. In het Nederlands, door vaccins veroorzaakte verergering.
His English accent is impeccable. Or at least it sounds very good when he says the words there. It's like perfect English.
Van virale infecties. En de strekking is dat door het snelle muteren van virussen zoals coronavirussen, de door vaccins opgewekte antistoffen hun beschermende werking zeer snel verliezen en dat juist deze antistoffen vervolgens toekomstige infecties kunnen versterken. Het proces wordt antibody-dependent enhancement genoemd. En vele immunologen en virologen hebben dit mechanisme sindsdien bevestigd. Vorig jaar werd het bijvoorbeeld nog uitgebreid beschreven in het gerenommeerde wetenschappelijke tijdschrift Nature.
Yeah, someone was saying clown puppet Dutch. We got a Ghost Builder is Dutch actually.
Sure.
I will say this name, Forum for Democracy International, that reeks of Templeton Institute conservatism. I bet you if I put in Templeton Institute, bet you we get some hits. Maybe I'm wrong. Must have. Oh, my bad. Templeton Foundation. Templeton Foundation is like the tides. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong on this one. I'll have to go check this out another time. The Democracy Fund and things like that. Like they're fake conservatives kind of thing. But we'll take a look.
Ik zal het mechanisme uitleggen. Anders dan bij klassieke vaccins, die verzwakte of lamgeslagen virussen integraal in je lijf inbrengen, zodat je immuunsysteem in alle rust antistoffen kan ontwikkelen die een virus integraal de baas kunnen, vergelijkbaar met het op natuurlijke wijze doormaken van een infectie, stimuleren de experimentele coronavaccins je lichaam om zelf een enkel specifiek eiwit van het overigens vele tientallen eiwitketens lange coronavirus te produceren. Zo werken die vaccins. Dat ene eiwit wordt het spike-eiwit genoemd. En dit eiwit wordt zo genoemd omdat het eruit ziet als een spijker. Het opwekken van dit eiwit kan op 2 manieren. Via mRNA, een techniek die wordt gebruikt door Pfizer en Moderna, of via een ander aangepast virus, het zogeheten adenovirus, een techniek die wordt gebruikt door Janssen, AstraZeneca en Sputnik. En hoe je het precies wil noemen is natuurlijk altijd onderwerp van discussie.
They only got 5% of the vote. Sorry to keep cutting it off. That's the way it's going to stay, right? Like, they'll tell you the truth, and this is like the truth ghetto. This is the controlled truth ghetto, right? So, like, he might be very right, but it may not do anything, and it's just going to, like, build up some, what do you call it? Learn helplessness, things like that.
Robert Malone, uitvinder van de mRNA-techniek, noemt het, en ik citeer, op gentherapie gebaseerde vaccins. En dat is ook de reden dat deze regering besloot om vergunningsaanvragen voor gentherapie sterk te vereenvoudigen, zoals te lezen in de Staatscourant van maart 2020. En deze mRNA-vaccins maken gebruik van hele kleine deeltjes, nanodeeltjes, die als een soort vetbolletjes de werkzame vaccinstof door het lichaam verplaatsen. Die deeltjes zijn niet ongevaarlijk en geven aanzienlijke bijwerkingen. Net als het eiwit dat door het vaccin moet worden opgewekt, dat ook behoorlijk veel bijwerkingen geeft. Doordat het correct diagnosticeren en registreren van deze bijwerkingen niet eenvoudig blijkt te zijn, is de ware omvang van de bijwerkingen speelbal geworden van inschattingen. Maar tot nu toe hebben, gecorrigeerd voor de hogere absolute aantallen van de vaccinaties, relatief 20 keer zoveel mensen aangegeven last te hebben van bijwerkingen als bij andere vaccins het geval is. Verhoudingsgewijs zijn er zelfs 60 keer meer gemelde sterfgevallen. Nogmaals, dit is dus na correctie voor het aantal gezette prikken. Ik heb hier een grafiek. Dit zijn schrikbarende cijfers die niet zomaar kunnen worden weggewuifd. Misschien kan het worden gefotocopieerd en uitgedeeld. Niettemin is de bedoelde werking van de vaccins op zichzelf plausibel. Namelijk de productie in het lichaam van spike-eiwitten. En omdat de alpha- of Wuhan-variant van corona een eiwit bevat dat daar sterk op lijkt, op dat spike-eiwit, zou het menselijk immuunsysteem in theorie door dat spike-eiwit getraind kunnen worden om zich tegen corona-infectie te weren. Echter, inmiddels zijn alweer vele nieuwe varianten van COVID-19 gevormd die een dergelijk eiwit niet meer hebben. Waarmee die mutaties dus ontsnappen aan de werking van het huidige vaccin. En zoals de reeds aangehaalde studie van Ab Osterhaus uit 2009 laat zien, is het dan helaas geen kwestie van baat het niet, dan schaadt het niet. Want het spike-eiwit kan potentieel averechtse effecten hebben op het immuunsysteem. En afgelopen maand verscheen in de Journal of Infection een studie die lijkt uit te wijzen dat gevaccineerden nu al een versterkte reactie hebben op de huidige Delta-variant. En dus meer risico lopen om ernstig ziek te worden dan ongevaccineerden. Een buitengewoon zorgwekkende bevinding die in onze ogen een van de grootste problemen vormt van het huidige vaccinatieprogramma. Maar tegen welk gevaar zou dit semi-verplichte experimentele goedje met dubieuze werking ons dan toch eigenlijk moeten beschermen? Laten we de feiten over corona nogmaals bekijken. De infection fatality rate, oftewel de dodelijkheid van corona, is wereldwijd gemiddeld 0,23%. Voor mensen jonger dan 70 jaar is het 0,05%. Dat is dezelfde orde van grootte als een zware griep en dermate laag dat het de onzekerheden en risico's van de huidige experimentele vaccins in mijn ogen totaal niet rechtvaardigt.
I'm gonna just go through a little bit of his stuff. He kind of does tick off the list of the controlled op. Doesn't mean that he is. Oh. I might have a little bit of a crash here. Hold on. Too much going on. I do want to pull up his wiki for a second. Tabarnak. Hold on. I don't know why it's doing this at the moment. Sorry, folks. Hold on. Okay, just a couple things here. Malaysia Flight 17. It's an ominous number. Number one. Okay, so hold on though. That's just a little small thing there. Okay, so the first red flag for me is the divide power among themselves and conspire towards the same goals, despite claiming to be competitors. Boded is not religious, but he is sympathetic to Christian values. In an interview, he called himself an agnostic cultural Christian. There's no such thing as a cultural Christian. That is a term that's often used by many people. It's very Jordan Peterson-ish. There's no such thing as a cultural Christian. You're either Christian or you're not. You either believe in Christ or you don't. Okay, so that's one thing. That was the first little thing, but it's not proof of anything. Critical of Islam and has expressed concern about both high levels of attack of assimilation of migrants from Islamic societies. Yes, yeah, I agree of it to an extent. I don't agree with his doctrine. I think Muhammad's a pedophile and stuff, but at the end of the day, I don't think that Islam is like the final boss. We got to look at the people who are getting him in there, and we're not seeing any talk about the Catholics that are behind all this push. He stated his disagreement with the proposals made by fellow Dutch politician Geert Wilders. Sorry if I got that wrong, guys. I can't speak Dutch at all. To ban copies of the Quran. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Although he was in disagreement, so okay. Meanwhile, he also praised Wilders as someone who has put on the agenda the significant problem that we have with radical Islam in our time in Muslim immigration. Yeah, but you're pointing at the symptoms. This is the issue that I have, I guess. A lot of these controlled conservative types point at the symptoms, not at the cause. I don't think it's Muslims that are making a grand conspiracy to get in here. I think that you will find like intelligence agencies all around the Western world that are destabilizing nations and creating the reason for them to come over. And when you look back at those guys, you're looking at Jesuits. During the 1 second, Party for Freedom. Baudet is in, I think this stuff, IQ and race. There's something to it. The data is there. I think it's also just pointing at some. There's nothing that comes from pointing out IQ and race. We should be looking at people as individuals and not cultural groups. As much as there is data there, and I even quoted it like personally and things like that, but you'll never hear me like talking about that as like an important thing. And I find it can be a distraction pointing at the symptoms. So it's kind of in line with the Muslim thing. Baudet is an inherent of cultural Marxism conspiracy theory, much like Jordan Peterson. Suggests that a calculated effort to destroy Western culture by academic and intellectual means. To an extent, yes. And then on the other side, there's fascism going on the other end. He's only pointing at one wing of the eagle. He's only pointing at one wing of the eagle. Yes, cultural Marxism is all over schools. I agree with that. Let's talk about who's behind him. Who created social justice? Jesuits, right? Who created the reductions in Paraguay long before Karl Marx? Jesuits. Baudet accuses the European Union of being a cultural Marxist project with the aim of destroying European civilization. Yeah, okay. This was the most one here. As allegedly stated that COVID-19 was introduced by George Soros, but it is allegedly. It is allegedly. Claim he denies. Let's hope that it was, because it's ridiculous to just put it on one person, and I see it a lot. But since it's a claim he denied, he's also made anti-Semitic comments. Well, whatever. We'll see about that. No source on that. Citation needed there, Shlomo. Following these claims in November 2020, he published by one of his party senators, Baudet temporarily resigned as leader of the party, and the party allegedly split. Okay. Soon he returned as party leader, but by then many party members had left Forum for Democracy, including the majority of senators and all the party's members of the European Parliament. Sounds like a very controlled split there, controlled burn to take down any, what do you call it, any power that they have. Baudet responded to an article in the migrant population of Brussels, tweeting that an escape strategy, Madagascar or something, was needed. Hold on. This was widely perceived as a reference to the the Nazi Germany plan. Yeah. But what did he say? I don't know. That's another thing, right? Yeah. The rest of it is a lot of hearsay that I'm seeing, but I'm also like, this is very. No offense to you, Antonio, and I do like the things that he's saying so far. We're going to continue on with it because it's not that it's untrue, a lot of the stuff that he's saying here, but this is the quintessential way to the truth ghetto, for lack of a better words, and smear anybody who believes this stuff if you follow him. I'd like to know a little bit more of his ties. I do find it interesting. One of his, let's see, he was a lecturer at Leiden University. You can take a look at those keys down below at the bottom. It does say it's a public research place. But, yeah, interesting how we have the Vatican keys down below in that one. And he graduated as a doctor of philosophy on the thesis National Identity, European Identity, and Multiculturalism. Yeah. I would be looking for Jesuit ties with this guy. This reminds me a lot of what I see in Jordan Peterson and things like that. And they just smear him, and it might be true, it might be not. You don't know. I don't necessarily trust the guy, let's put it this way. Although what he's saying, I'm not in disagreement with a lot in this particular speech. Might be part of it.
Puur op basis van gezondheidsredenen zou ik dus iedereen onder de 70 afraden zo'n prik te nemen. Voor mensen boven de 70 zouden de vaccins wellicht...
Sorry, Amelia, I want to read your comment. What the F is wrong with these people is really unbelievable what people do when they get caught up. Avidan's so right. The communities need to knock it off. Yeah, both sides, they're like that video that showed like the fight or whatever, both sides are obviously going crazy. And it is a little bit crazy. Bonne nuit à toutes et tous. Il est trop tard. Merci pour ton amiable invitation et à demain. À demain. À plus. My French is rusty, man. Wow. Let's see. I hope you run on more than 16 gigs. No, I need to go get some memory cards, actually. You think saying Jesuits control everything gets you any votes? Well, I never said they did control everything, although they are behind lots of stuff. Oh, well, I mean, here's the issue. Are we just gonna ignore them for votes? Or are we going to not participate in a system? I think the more we call these guys out, living at the bottom of a Jesuit-controlled volcano. Yeah. But saying the Jesuits control everything? No, you don't have to say Jesuits control everything. You can point out the ties, though. You can point out the ties. And he does seem like he is following the controlled opposition. I will say that. Back. I see I missed a whole lot. Oh yeah, we're all over the place. All over the place here today.
De afweging waard kunnen zijn. Zei het niet dat juist de groep die het meest sterfkans heeft van corona, de gemiddelde leeftijd is immers 83 jaar van mensen die overlijden aan corona, grotendeels onbeschermd blijkt door de vaccins. Zo onthulde een studie in Nature van afgelopen juni. Blijft dan nog over de jongeren. Maar zoals ziekenhuisdirecteur Maurice van den Bos van de OVG al schreef, vaccineren voor deze leeftijdsgroep heeft geen winst voor de betrokkenen. En aan ons de taak om de farmaceutische bedrijven uit te leggen dat voor introductie binnen deze leeftijdsgroep dus geen plek is. Maar toch worden nu, mirabile dictu, spuitjes voor peuters en kleuters voorbereid. Waarom? In vredesnaam. En waarom stemde vrijwel de hele Kamer voor de plaatsing van corona op de A-lijst van besmettelijke ziektes, de lijst van meest dodelijke killers die er op aarde bestaan, zoals ebola? De verstrekkende, vrijheidsontnemende maatregelen mogen wettelijk alleen genomen worden indien er sprake is van zo'n heel gevaarlijk virus. Maar het is evident en onomstreden dat corona niet in die categorie thuis hoort. En waarom werden goed werkende en decennia oude medicijnen, zoals ivermectine en hydroxychloroquine, ineens uiterst gevaarlijk verklaard en zelfs verboden? Is dat wellicht omdat gebruik van een experimenteel vaccin, want dat is het nog altijd, mind you, überhaupt al niet zou zijn toegestaan als er eerste lijns medicijnen voorhanden waren? En waarom het niet toestaan van de serologische test, waarmee je via een bloedmonster kunt zien of iemand antistoffen heeft? Waarom moeten mensen die corona op natuurlijke wijze hebben doorgemaakt, zoals ik, en die dus al lang beter beschermd zijn dan mensen die zich laten vaccineren, alsnog een prik nemen? En hoezo hoeven de mensen die het experimentele en beperkt werkende vaccin hebben genomen niet te testen voor toegang, terwijl de mensen die dat weigeren te nemen wel moeten testen, hoewel we weten dat ook mensen die gevaccineerd zijn corona gewoon kunnen krijgen en gewoon kunnen overdragen. En wellicht zelfs meer kans hebben om dat te doen, omdat ze vaker licht symptomatisch zijn. En hoezo die mondkapjes, die gaatjes bevatten, die ongeveer 100 miljoen virusdeeltjes kunnen doorlaten en dus totaal niet werken? En waarom gaat er in de begroting die voor ons ligt 2 miljard naar testinfrastructuur, vaccins, vaccinatiestraten? Maar is de IC-capaciteit in de afgelopen 1,5 jaar nog altijd niet opgeschaald? We deden het toch voor de zorg? En tot slot, waarom een QR-code die centrale digitale registratie en controle mogelijk maakt, in plaats van het uitstekend werkende en al tientallen jaren beproefde gele boekje? Al deze zaken tarten het verstand.
They even kind of posit this here. Everybody's on their phones.
Er zit geen enkele logica in, nul. Het hele verhaal klopt nergens zo. En er kan maar één conclusie zijn. Het doel van het coronabeleid is niet de bescherming van de volksgezondheid.
Agreed. It's not for protection of anybody. Especially now that we know these vaccines don't help with long COVID. It doesn't help spread or stop the spread. We're getting a lot of people now in hospitals in, say, Australia, Sweden, UK is reporting. Lots of people in with some mysterious illnesses and they've already been vaxxed. What's going on?
Gezondheid. Zoals het doel van de EU niet handel of samenwerking is. Zoals het doel van de immigratie niet is het helpen van kwetsbaren. En het doel van het klimaatbeleid niet is het welzijn van natuur, milieu of planeet. Zo zijn we terug bij af. In de afgelopen 1,5 jaar ben ik gaan zien dat het bedrog dat wij al langer zagen in de 3 grote projecten die onze wereld stuk maken en die onze oude wortels afsnijden en de aanval op de natiestaat uitvoeren, dat dit bedrog ook bestaat met betrekking tot corona. Het dient allemaal een volkomen andere agenda. Een agenda die wordt aangeduid met termen als the Great Reset en Build Back Better. Een agenda die globalistisch wordt uitgerold en die de hele wereld in haar greep lijkt te hebben.
Yeah, it is interesting how everybody's saying build back better. Build back better. Everybody. One thing to point out, Mr. Klaus Schwab. Right now, isn't it K? Klaus Schwab. Where'd he go to school, folks? Where'd he go to school? Went to Zurich. Went to Harvard. Old Epstein Harvard. Let's take a look at this.
The roots of the University of Freiburg can be traced back to 1580 when the notable Jesuit Peter Canisius, he was, I believe, one of the founding guys, if I'm not mistaken. If not one of the founding, he was certainly one of the highest one. He founded the College Saint Michel in the city of Freiburg. Folks, they don't give up schools, all right? They just can't afford them anymore, and they bring them over. I think it's a public university now. But yeah, the Swiss canton of Freiburg. And if you don't know much about the Jesuits in Switzerland, that's something to look up. University of Freiburg is Switzerland's only bilingual university, French and German. Yeah, that's definitely something to look into as well. Mr. Klaus is a Jesuit.
Het is niet moeilijk om te zien wat de volgende stappen zullen zijn.
Both sides.
Allereerst zullen de vaccinatierondes terugkerend worden. Ieder half jaar waarschijnlijk. Vandaag kondigde Israël aan dat de vaccinatiepaspoorten slechts 6 maanden geldig zullen blijven. Zelfs na de 3e prik. Dat betekent dus elk half jaar opnieuw al die bijwerkingen, al die gevaarlijke gentherapie. En ook Australië zal vanaf januari een 3e shot verplichten voor deelname aan het sociaal-maatschappelijk leven. Er zullen nieuwe lockdowns komen om mensen te dwingen die vaccins te nemen. Kijk opnieuw naar Australië. De vrijheid wordt definitief conditioneel, voorwaardelijk. En de economie, met name het MKB, zal verzwakken, wordt afhankelijk van de almachtige overheid, met een meer centrale rol voor de mainstream media en een steeds strenger gereguleerd internet.
Yep. Who was calling in the name of God? Mr. Pope Francis, talking about getting rid of disinformation, and everybody else is following suit. He's not wrong
Vorige week werd ondertussen ook bekend dat creditcardmaatschappijen aan een systeem werken om de CO2-afdruk van al je aankopen centraal te registreren en ook te maximeren, zodat je geen uitgaven meer kunt doen als je je CO2-tax hebt bereikt.
Yeah, they tie it all together with CO2. Remember we were just talking about this? We have the, on one end, you have conservation medicine, and then you have conservation naturism, or whatever you want to call it. It's all tied together through the same One Health, One World system.
Stelde ook al iets dergelijks voor, tot groot enthousiasme van RTL Nieuws. In samenhang daarmee zien we dat het contant geld wordt uitgefaseerd. Er komt een verbod op contante betalingen van meer dan €3000. En banken stimuleren winkeliers en horecagelegenheden om louter nog pinbetalingen te accepteren. Nu banken vanwege steeds verder toenemende compliance-regels in feite ook alle informatie over hun klanten aan de overheid moeten geven, komt ook langs die weg een steeds grotere controlemacht bij de staat te liggen. Omdat alle betalingen daardoor kenbaar, zichtbaar en traceerbaar worden. En wie weet waar je je geld aan uitgeeft, die weet in feite alles over je.
Yeah, so we need to see how everybody spends their money, right? Just absolute ridiculousness. Because of a virus? Yeah, okay, I'm sure. Cause COVID.
De laatste fase, en ook dat lijkt me toch niet zo lastig te zien. Ook dat spiegelt zich al aan ons geestesoog voor wanneer we onszelf ook maar een moment toestaan door onze wimpers naar de toekomst te kijken. Die laatste fase is dan de integratie van al deze zaken. Gezondheidspaspoort, CO2-voetafdruk, uitgavenpatroon, internetzoekgeschiedenis en gedrag in één centrale digitale identiteit. Even je QR-code scannen en het systeem dat draait op supersnel 5G-internet. Vandaar natuurlijk ook dat ze dat zo graag wilden doordrukken vorig jaar. Ik begreep het toen al niet, nu begrijp ik het wel. Al die systemen worden door 5G verbonden aan de smart city en aan de smart house.
Smart household. I used to work for HVAC companies, and their number one priority was to get people off of owning their home heating and home air conditioning and stuff like that, and get it onto a rental system. So you will own nothing and you will be happy.
Ongetwijfeld zullen al deze vervolgstappen worden gepresenteerd als handige zaken voor de burger. De afschaffing van cashgeld heet een maatregel te zijn tegen georganiseerde criminaliteit. Een digitale ijskast, zodat je nooit vergeet.
Yeah, okay, considering how I just showed you all the people in the IUCN for just one thing there. They're all organized criminals. Shipping kids around the world for sex trafficking.
Vergeet verse melk te kopen als geheugensteuntje voor als je in de supermarkt bent. Wel zo makkelijk. Of een bijtijdse waarschuwing als je over je CO2-tax heen dreigt te gaan. Als een gunst, zodat je je weekendje weg niet hoeft te missen. Hartstikke praktisch allemaal. Maar die QR-codes gaan dus nooit meer weg. Die worden het nieuwe normaal. Dat is waar het om ging. De QR-maatschappij. Waarbij goed gedrag wordt beloond met toegang tot het sociaal-maatschappelijk leven. En slecht gedrag wordt bestraft met een roodkleurende scanner. Het zijn de nieuwe trekken van het nieuwe despotisme dat Alexis de Tocqueville al voorzag. En ik citeer, een despotisme waarin een immense staat elk individu in zijn machtige handen heeft genomen. En de samenleving bedekt met een netwerk van kleine, ingewikkelde, minutieuze en eenvormige regels. Waar de meest originele geesten en de sterkste zielen niet meer doorheen kunnen komen om de massa te overstijgen. De staat breekt hun wil niet, maar verzwakt, verdraait en leidt die. Hij dwingt zelden tot handelen, maar verzet zich er onophoudelijk tegen dat men handelt. Hij vernietigt niet, hij belemmert het ontstaan. Hij tyranniseert niet, hij hindert, hij onderdrukt. Hij verstoort, hij dooft uit, hij stompt af en hij reduceert uiteindelijk elke natie tot een kudde schuchtere, vlijtige dieren waarvan de staat de herder is. Corona is het alibi, het voorwendsel, de aanleiding om de nieuwe wereldorde te bewerkstelligen die al veel langer werd voorbereid en gewenst. Al in 2016 werd in VN-verband besloten alle mensen op aarde een digitale identiteit te geven voor dagelijks gebruik. Waarbij specifiek de integratie van rijbewijs, bankrekening, media en gezondheidsdossier werden genoemd. Ook introduceerden EU en VN in dat jaar een mondiale vaccinatiestrategie met als doel alle mensen in de wereld een digitaal gezondheidsbewijs te geven. Daarmee is de infrastructuur van een social credit systeem, inclusief mass surveillance naar Chinees model, dus in feite al veel eerder gelegd. Het gaat nu nog om de medische gegevens, enkele andere basale data. Volgend jaar of het jaar daarop komt er een CO2-tax bij. Daarna worden financiële gegevens gekoppeld en wordt je persoonlijk IP-adres gekoppeld aan je biometrische data of je gezichtsherkenning, zodat je gehele internetverkeer kan worden gemonitord en dan klapt de val echt dicht.
Hold on. Stream Ninja, I have to mute all the time. We have to listen to this guy. Oh my, how annoying. So are the complaints. We all have our arbitrary disgusts. Yeah, smart fridge to stop crimes. Amazing concept. Yeah, I know, eh? Yeah. Night. Sorry, it's a bit late. Yeah, no sweat, man. You're good. Don't worry about it.
Zo houdt het allemaal verband met elkaar. In 2016 leek het erop dat de populisten wel eens konden gaan winnen. Het Oekraïne-referendum werd gewonnen, Brexit, de miraculeuze opkomst van Donald Trump. Het globalisme dat gestalte kreeg in de massale immigratie, in de EU, in het klimaatdenken.
Yeah. Wake Up Call says they use Rona to track you, an excuse for Big Brother to come in. Let's see if they will. 1984, the book. Hold on. Where would I find this? Real quick. 1984 prologue virus. It's hard to find, probably taken off of searches anyways. But if you look into it, Orwell talks about what ushered in how 1984 started. And he mentions it was a virus. I'll have to take another look into it to find that. I don't have a paperback copy of 1984 anymore, I don't think. So, yeah, but if you go in the prologue of that, he does mention it was from a virus is what gave them all the casus belli they needed to start Airstrip 1 is London.
Zij worden afgestraft door verkiezingsoverwinning op verkiezingsoverwinning van mensen zoals wij. Maar nu is er een manier gevonden om de gewenste richting alsnog door te zetten. Om het globalistisch socialisme. Dat wil dus zeggen de versmelting van het neoliberaal multinational denken en het etatistisch verzorgingsstaatdenken, big government en big business, die versmelten. Die gaan hand in hand, zoals James Burnham 60 jaar geleden al voorzag. Om dat te voltooien, de QR-maatschappij. Totale overheidscontrole, onbegrensde mogelijkheden voor een almachtige staat. En het is dus niet zo dat corona het enige onderwerp is voor Forum voor Democratie. Nog steeds verzetten we ons tegen de alsmaar verdere integratie van de EU, tegen de open grenzen, tegen de onveiligheid in de straten, tegen de uitkleding van de ouderenzorg, tegen de bizarre klimaatplannen van dit demissionaire kabinet. Nog altijd staan we voor onze cultuur en onze manier van leven. Voor onze boeren, onze bedrijven, voor directe democratie en voor traditionele architectuur. Maar voordat we het zinvol over de beleidskeuzes die in deze begroting worden gemaakt kunnen hebben, moeten we dus begrijpen wat de achtergrond daarvan is. De Great Reset. Daarom luisteren ze ook helemaal niet naar onze argumenten. Het interesseert ze niet, want het gaat helemaal niet om argumenten. Het gaat om een hele andere agenda die hier achter schuil gaat. Het is allemaal schijn. We zitten in de grot van Plato. We kijken naar de voorstellingen. Het gaat helemaal niet om. Het gaat ze niet om klimaat. Het gaat ze niet om het helpen van mensen. Het gaat ze niet om handel. Het gaat ze niet om volksgezondheid. Het is een hele andere agenda. Dus voordat we het ook maar over het geld kunnen hebben en de zorg over de IC-bedden, moeten we begrijpen waarom de IC-capaciteit niet wordt opgeschaald. Omdat ze willen dat die druk op de zorg blijft. Zodat ze die druk kunnen houden op de vaccinaties, zodat ze dat QR-gebeuren kunnen doorpushen. En voordat we het over de woningnood als gevolg van een verzonnen stikstofprobleem kunnen hebben, of over de woningnood die gevolg is van de massale immigratie, is het essentieel om te zien hoe mensen de geesten rijp aan het maken zijn voor stikstoflockdowns, voor klimaatlockdowns, terwijl ze de sociale cohesie in onze landen verder verzwakken en we tegen elkaar opgezet dreigen te worden, in plaats van gezamenlijk zij aan...
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. And also to set up the new economy, because everybody's taxed to death. They bring in people that are debt-free from developing countries, and they give them a whole bunch of loans. As you can see, that's what they're doing right now in most of these places. You're better off being an immigrant with no want or no knowledge of the land. And you just follow everything you say, because everyone that they come in from are a bunch of totalitarian states, and then they come here and then they say, oh, well, you guys just have it so good here. Why are you complaining? Right?
Te strijden voor onze gezamenlijke rechten en vrijheden. Wij zijn dus dezelfde partij die we altijd zijn geweest. We staan nog altijd voor dezelfde waarden, hetzelfde land, dezelfde traditie. Maar het speelveld is veranderd, want de tegenstander heeft een andere aanval ingezet. Wij zullen een zo groot mogelijk front vormen om die aanval te stuiten en af te slaan. Dat is de missie van de FVD, dat is mijn missie. Dank u wel.
Yeah, it's important. It is important, but I can't help but believe that this is a bit of a truth ghetto. This is a bit of a truth ghetto. Dutch Sense has caught wind of what I've said on the stream. He's on a stream now on Twitch moaning about truthers. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, I know he's complaining, but again, he was in the truth community, trying to push all his stuff, but he just couldn't make enough money there, so he switched over to earthquakes. So yeah. He can put them all down once he was trying to get money off.
Dank voorzitter en dank.
Didn't work. They didn't buy it. So yeah, definitely we'll have to read 1984 if you haven't already. Let's see if we can get a good 1984 scene. Hold on. Destruction of words. Newspeak. Build back better.
Is the Newspeak committee working overtime? Plus big wastage and adjectives. Plus big problem is timing the language to scientific advance. Yes. It's a beautiful thing, the destruction of words.
A beautiful thing, the destruction of words. So Newspeak was meant to dumb down the language so that all could understand and everybody would follow the same thing. You notice these people are all pretty skinny folks. They're eating pretty crappy food. It's an interest. You don't even need to read it. The movies. There's 2 movies, one in the 50s, one in the 80s. Both of them they portray it pretty well. So if you're not a big reader, then this is it's a good way to spend a couple hours. Very interesting stuff that this shows. And you can hear in the background, there's just some chick that's just listing off words and percentages and things that are raising in price and going down in price and all that kind of stuff, right? You know what? It reminds me very much of how Bushcraft just reads out the numbers that he gets for the day, and that's all he's got. It reminds me very much like that, actually.
You won't have seen the dictionary, 10th edition yet, Smith? It's that thick. The 11th edition will be that thick.
They brag about how they destroy words.
The revolution will be complete when the language is perfect. The secret is to move from translation to direct thought to automatic response.
The secret is to move from translation to direct thought to automatic response. And this is Big Brother, by the way. If you ever heard of Big Brother, that's what you're seeing in the back there. It's a face that you will always see, and he's always looking at you. He's always watching you.
I need to self-discipline. Language coming from here, not from here.
Excuse me for intruding, but what you're saying is that we should be rid of the last vestiges of Goldsteinism when the language has been cleaned. I couldn't be more in agreement with you, brother.
Absolutely.
And all they can do is agree. If he didn't, he would go to a place called Room 101. Let's go take a look at this. I won't go into the scary parts of it. Well, whatever. This is where you end up if you get caught with thought crime.
They got you too. They got me a long time ago. You knew this would happen, Winston. Don't deceive yourself. You've always known it. You must love him. It's not enough to obey him. You must love him.
Talking about Big Brother, which is, we don't even know if a Big Brother exists, really. It's just a face. It's just a face, an idea that he always has your best interests in mind and that you can't just obey him, you must love him.
Room 101.
And by the way, that guy that you just saw was whom he thought was a leader in the opposition or the resistance against this dystopian world. And he placed his trust in him. And he gave up critical information that got himself put into room 101. That's why he said, they got you too. He said, they got me a long time ago. So that's why I always let you guys know, you can't just follow people as leaders, because this is how they get you. This is how they get you. Don't ever follow me as a leader either.
You asked me once, Winston, what was in room 101. I told you that you knew already. Everyone knows. The thing that is in room 101 is the worst thing in the world. goes beyond fear of pain or of death. It is unendurable, and it varies from individual to individual. It may be burial alive, or castration, or many other things. In your case, it is rats.
So he confessed his greatest fear of rats earlier in the video, or in the movie, or the book, whatever. Where did they say that? I think he said it to his love interest, which are not supposed to be love interests in this world. They're not supposed to be touching each other, going near each other. The population is to be controlled to the highest amount.
Please, what do you want me to do?
Orwell was someone for BBC. In this, he portrays himself, I guess, as Winston, maybe. Maybe he's writing himself. This is the protagonist, the one that was just put in the chair. And he was a worker for what was called the Outer Party, or a member of the Outer Party. And if you look into it and you see the parallels to today's journalism, that's basically what it is. He was a journalist. He destroyed any information. The memory hole, if you ever heard memory hole, that's also what this comes from. He would take information that was sensitive or dangerous to the state, and he would burn it.
You will do what is required of you.
But what is it? How can I do it if I don't want to?
In the proletarian areas, they will attack a baby and within 5 minutes strip it to the bone. They also attack the sick and dying. They show astonishing intelligence in knowing when a human being is helpless.
No, it's not time. We got another hour.
The mask fits over.
Well, I finished a little bit early tonight, but
leaving no exit. I press the first lever, and the rats move into the front compartment. I press the second, and the door of the cage will slide up. These starving brutes will shoot at you like bullets. Have you ever seen a rat leap through the air? They will leap onto your face and bore straight into it. Sometimes they attack the eyes first. Sometimes they burrow through the cheeks and devour it.
Oh, darling. What do you want? You want? Oh, please. Ah! Ah! Do it to her. Do it to Julia. I don't care what you do to her, but do it to her. Tear her face off, but do it to Julia, not to me.
so what this is trying to symbolize here is that Julia and him were part of they were in love or whatever. They found each other through this whole dystopia, and that love that gives them their individuality or something like that. They're trying to break that because they got caught together. And that what you just heard him say there, do it to Julia, I don't care, just don't do it to me. That's what they're trying to do, is trying to break you down, have this selfishness take you over so that you will follow whatever you will do, right? So that they try and get it so that you'll betray anybody, and they do it by learning your greatest fears and things like that.
Do it to Julia!
This represents freedom. They do not, you'll see they set up the context. They're living in London, which is now called Airstrip 1, and it's a very, very totalitarian, dystopian state. And they were able to escape to these hillsides that people normally would never be able to go because of lockdowns and things like that. These are all nature reserves that humans are not allowed to go. So this represents freedom, and he's thinking about that, and it's the loss of it.
Julia! Not me!
That's what they want to do to you. And yes, he did work with the BBC. And this indeed is a foreshadowing of things to come. Now, it may not be exactly as dystopian as that. A lot of it is Brave New World. Brave New World. You know, I haven't seen this one. I haven't read it in a good 10 years. But you have people addicted to something called Soma, I think it was called. Yeah, the dark side of pleasure. We'll go through this, I guess. I'll give you the full length. Maybe we'll watch that one day. Yeah, so what's coming is kind of like a mix between 1984 and Brave New World. I've said this before. It's done by Aldous Huxley. His brother, Julian Huxley. Conservative medicine. Hold on. His brother. One second. Julian Huxley became a pioneer of environmental conservation. Remember what I was talking about before? Conservation medicine, conservation veterinarian, and conservation of nature. Environmental conservation is the word I was trying to say. Conservation of nature. He promoted the launching of the IUCN. We were just looking at that. Just looking at it. And his brother wrote Brave New World, which is another dystopian novel. And we'll just go through a little bit of this now. Academy of Ideas. Hopefully this.
None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. These words were written by Goethe nearly 200 years ago, but are perhaps more relevant in our time than they were in his. For many people assume we live in a free society simply because the West has not morphed into a dystopian hell like the one depicted in George Orwell's 1984. Tyranny, most people believe, would be overt in nature, it would be obvious, and all would recognize it. But is this really the case? Or could we be living in a society analogous to the one depicted by Aldous Huxley in his dystopian novel Brave New World? Could it be that technology, drugs, pornography, and other pleasurable diversions have created a citizenry too distracted to notice the chains which bind them? When Brave New World was first published in 1931, Huxley did not consider the dystopian world he depicted to be an imminent threat. 30 years later, however, following the Second World War, the spread of totalitarianism, and the great strides made in science and technology, Huxley changed his opinion, and in a speech given in 1961, he put forth the following warning. There will be, in the next generation or so, a pharmacological method of making people love their servitude, and producing dictatorship without tears, so to speak. Producing a kind of painless concentration camp for entire societies, so that people will in fact have their liberties taken away from them, but will rather enjoy it, because they will be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda or brainwashing enhanced by pharmacological methods. And this seems to be the final revolution.
Oh, interesting. He was actually part of the Tavistock group, which is behind the Gifted and Talented Children program, which I was in. Very interesting. I remember very little of this, but the more you look into it, the more it seems to be that it was never about helping gifted people, but stunting them. Might be a reason why I can't read.
In the future, according to Huxley, ruling classes would learn that control of a populace could be achieved not only with the explicit use of force, but also with the more covert method of drowning the masses in an endless supply of pleasurable diversions. In 1984, Huxley explains, the lust for power is satisfied by inflicting pain. In Brave New World, by inflicting a hardly less humiliating pleasure. How, one may ask, can pleasure be used to deprive people of their freedom? to answer this question, we must discuss operant conditioning, which is a method of modifying an organism's behavior. In the 20th century, the Harvard psychologist B.F. Skinner performed a famous set of experiments in which he tested different methods of introducing new behaviors in rats. These experiments brought to light how the powers that be can condition humans to love their servitude. In one set of experiments, Skinner attempted to cultivate new behaviors via positive reinforcement. He provided the rat with food any time it performed the desirable behavior. In another set of experiments, he attempted to weaken or eliminate certain behaviors via punishment. He triggered a painful stimulus when the rat performed the behavior Skinner wished to eliminate. Skinner discovered that punishment temporarily put an end to undesirable behaviors, but it did not remove the animal's motivation to engage in such behaviors in the future. Punished behavior, writes Skinner, is likely to reappear after the punitive consequences are withdrawn. Behaviors that were conditioned via positive reinforcement.
Right? So get you Facebook, social media, and stuff like that, and if you say something bad, they take away your soma from you.
Enforcement, on the other hand, were more enduring and led to long-term changes in the animal's behavioral patterns. Huxley was familiar with Skinner's experiments,
so you censor yourself, right?
And understood their socio-political ramifications. In Brave New World and his subsequent works, Huxley predicted the emergence of a controlling oligarchy who would conduct similar experiments on human beings to condition docility and
Now, dangling a carrot in front of somebody, which is a beam of light called victory. Much like, you know what that reminds me of? In Hawk. I can't say it. I don't remember that one. Hold on. By this sign ye shall conquer. In this sign. That's what it reminds me of. Mr. Constantine having the sign dangled over him. Look, he even has the rays there and everything. Looks very much like the carrot, even.
Minimize the potential for civil unrest. Skinner, like Huxley, also understood the social implications of his experiments, but he believed, contrary to Huxley, that operant conditioning could be used by social engineers for the greater good, leading to the development of a scientifically managed utopia. The following passage from Skinner's book Walden 2, however, reveals that such mass conditioning would in reality make possible a pernicious form of tyranny, one in which the masses would be enslaved, yet feel themselves to be free. Now that we know how positive reinforcement works and why negative doesn't, writes Skinner, we can be more deliberate and hence more successful in our cultural design. We can achieve a sort of control under which the controlled nevertheless feel free. They are doing what they want to do, not what they are forced to do. That's the source of the tremendous power of positive reinforcement. There's no restraint and no revolt. By a careful design, we control not the final behavior, but the inclination to behave, the motives, the desires, the wishes. The curious thing is that in that case, the question of freedom never arises. In Brave New World, the main reward used to condition subservience via positive reinforcement was a superdrug called Soma. The world controllers, writes Huxley, encouraged the system.
Sorry. Got a few things I don't want to, what do you call it? Dismiss you guys. Chai Girl. Hey, Chai Girl. Or Chi Girl. How you doing? Yeah, it is. Two of these movies are good, actually. Really good. Animal Farm, really good. That movie is crazy. Yeah, it is. But the beginning of it's quite interesting. You should totally watch it. It tells you. Do you think the masses will awake at some point, or will it be too late by then? Chances now, these same people that think that they've created just an awesome world for you are a bunch of child diddlers. People don't want to put up with that right now. So I would start getting on that. That's the one red pill, I think. That's the one red pill. We got a bunch of diddlers behind conservation medicine and conservation of nature and all this kind of stuff. All these same people that are controlling people, they're all hooked in with child diddlers. Right, so that's probably it. I'm not a rat, I have a soul, I think. Yeah, well. I think therefore I am. We don't know much. So my guess is no. Not enough people are talking about the evil. with these people. And I'm not just talking about Fauci the puppet, stuff like that. We think that we're like, when we're talking about Fauci and all these people, that we're actually exposing something, and it's not. It's not. It's part of this way to make you feel like you are doing what you want, but really you're doing what they want you to do. No, I think it's going to get to a point where it's just God's going to put an end to it. I don't think this will last for long once you get people into it. People eventually don't tolerate totalitarianism, but it'll be too late by that point. Yeah. Hey, man, you never know. You never know. But I think it's looking pretty bad. Triangulum Australi says Dutch just admitted on his live stream that him and Tat made up BS about Yellowstone erupting a few years ago and thought it was hilarious because they staged multiple animations in which Huffington Post picked up and posted about. So they got it all recorded. Talk about lucky. Yeah, dude, post that. Please do. Yeah, this guy, well, all these people served as like these conspiracy theorists and things like that. They served as like the reason why people are coming down and censoring. Right? Yeah. Same thing. Alex Jones can't talk about psyops and things like that now because he halfway said that Sandy Hooky was a, you know, as a psyop or whatever. Not exactly as it was told to us, so we can't call that stuff out. Yeah, these people were on a mission the whole time. I think Dutch was one of them. God will halt all this when there's no more believers in the world. He will call an end to it. There will be a great falling away. At least that's what I believe. These people think that they can become gods. And that's something that God does not appreciate at all. So I'd say, like Sodom and Gomorrah, when there is no more believers, there's no more saved people on earth, he will call an end to it. I don't know how he will do it, and I don't know when he will do it. If I were to tell you that I do, well, then I got a big problem with believing it or understanding the Bible. Let's put it that way. What am I after reckon here now? What did I have this like set up right here, and it's not correct? Hold on, let me fix this up. You friggin' boomer. You boomer. Hold on. I'll get it back. There we go.
Drugging of their own citizens for the benefit of the state. Soma was ingested daily by the citizens of Brave New World as it offered what Huxley called a holiday from reality. Depending on the dosage, it stimulated feelings of euphoria, pleasant hallucinations, or acted as a powerful sleep aid. It also served to heighten suggestibility, thus increasing the effectiveness of the propaganda which the citizens were continuously subjected to. In Brave New World, the Soma habit was not a private vice. It was a political institution, writes Huxley. The daily Soma ration was an insurance against personal maladjustment, social unrest, and the spread of subversive ideas. Religion, Karl Marx declared, is the opium of the people. In Brave New World, this situation was reversed. Opium, or rather Soma, was the people's religion. But the world controllers of Brave New World did not rely on Soma alone. Sexual promiscuity was promoted by the state as another tactic to ensure everyone enjoyed their servitude. The slogan, "Everyone belongs to everyone else," was drilled into the minds of the citizens from a young age, and with the institutions of monogamy and the family abolished, everyone was able to indulge their sexual impulses without hindrance. The constant access to sexual gratification served to help ensure the citizens were too distracted to pay attention to the reality of their situation. State-sanctioned entertainment also played an important role in creating the painless concentration camp of Brave New World. What Huxley called non-stop distractions of the most fascinating nature were used by the state as instruments of policy to drown the minds of its citizens in a sea of irrelevance.
I believe we're seeing that right now, over the past 2 years or so, be it riot audiences and all different kinds of stuff. Different things, just basically every and anything that you can think of. Just some more distraction. Maybe Bill Gates being questioned about Epstein out of the blue or whatever. Little things like this. I can just show you right now. I can just click on my notifications bell. And we'll be given 7-Eleven, never forget. Joshua Phillip, Bill Gates calls for bioterror germ games vaccine mandate temporarily blocked by court. Good luck with that. By the way, okay, this guy though, we're going to go raid him after this. This is a great channel to follow if you want to look more into the jab. He's a neuroscientist, and he's a little bit of a potty mouth indeed, but I think he's a really, really good guy. He's a neuroscientist that calls out the jab. And he calls out all different kinds of stuff. Go over there, hit him a like, and I think I'm going to send us over that we watch after we watch this.
The parallels which exist between Brave New World and societies of the modern day are undeniable. In Brave New World Revisited, published in 1958, Huxley asked himself how future social engineers could convince their subjects to take drugs that will make them think, feel, and behave in the ways they find desirable. He concluded, in all probability, it will be enough to merely make the pills available. Today, an estimated 1 in 6 Americans are on some form of psychotropic drug. An opioid crisis has spread across the West. The ability to gratify sexual impulses online has led many into the clutches of pornography addiction, and smartphones and other technologies provide mindless and pleasurable distractions which consume the attention of most people most of the day. To what extent these diversions are intentionally pushed upon us, and to what extent they are spontaneous responses to consumer demand, is unclear. But whatever the answer, the reality is that a distracted and dumbed-down population simply lacks the mental resources to resist their enslavement. Until the modern cry of, give me television and hamburgers, but don't bother me with the responsibilities of liberty, is replaced by the cry, give me liberty or give me death, freedom will not prevail. Rather, so long as people trade their liberty for pleasures and comfort, the type of social conditioning Huxley warned of will only become more refined and effective as technologies advance and more insight is gained regarding how to predict and control human behavior. Whether the majority of us will be able to resist this type of manipulation, or whether we will even want to, remains to be seen. If the current trends continue, humanity may soon be divided into two groups. There will be those who welcome their pleasurable servitude, and those who choose to resist it for the sake of retaining not just their liberty, but their humanity. For as the former slave Frederick Douglass noted in the mid-19th century, long before Huxley wrote Brave New World, when a slave becomes a happy slave, he has effectively relinquished all that which makes him human. I have found that, to make a contented slave, writes Douglass, it is necessary to make a thoughtless one. He must be able to detect no inconsistencies in slavery. He must be made to feel that slavery is right, and he can be brought to that only when he ceases to be a man.
Those two, 1984 being a straight and hardcore dystopia, and Brave New World, in my opinion, being a little bit more frightening, actually. Is a little bit more of a relaxed and euphoric dystopia, if that can
Ladies and
make
gentlemen,
sense.
the distinguished author.
But I think a mix of those two is what we're looking at right now. Brazil had the biggest protests ever in history on the 1st of November. Let's take a look, and we'll probably close this out. Still have the handwritten note from a Jehovah's Witnesses here. That doesn't state when it will all end, but they are sure hoping it ends soon. Well, I'll let you know, Jehovah's Witnesses at least 7 times gave a date for the end of the world, and they were wrong every time. They were wrong every time. Also, here's Charles Taze Russell's grave. We went through this a couple nights ago as well. Got the old pyramid grave with the capstone, and you have the cross and a crown, which is, and the laurels, and the thrisis. Right here, the thrisis bow. The cross in the crown. What if I go Knights Templar, Knights of Columbus, logo. Oop. Bam. And that, remember that thing I said, by this sign ye shall conquer? In hoc signo vinces. Vinces, conquer. In this sign, or sorry, in this sign ye shall conquer. Bam. Bam. The guy was Catholic controlled. Trading liberty for pleasure. And what did Mr. Was it Ben Franklin that said this? He who trades liberty for security. I think it was Ben Franklin. Lost its context. Go away, NPR. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. What? They're all going to tell you what he really said. Yeah, okay. Okay, Hoover. Okay, NPR. Yeah, it was. I think it was 7 times the Jehovah's Witnesses. I was like, hold on. Jehovah's Witness Years of the World Ending List. 8 times. My bad. These guys weren't around at that time. Hold on. Charles Taze Russell lived in like the early 1800s was his days. Let's see. I don't like this article because it's just obvious lefty garbage. All right. 1877, 1916, 1920, 1938, 1942, 1961, 1966, and 1984. Yeah. Good old Jehovah's. Good old Jehovah's. My apologies. It wasn't 7. It was 8. Yes, sir. All right. I am going to probably just close this one out, I think, today, if that's all right with you guys, because I really, really want you guys to see these. This guy really rocks the house. Check it out.
Look, a hot air hostess.
I apologize for the delay. We'll do our best to get you into London, England on schedule. Hopefully making up some of that lost time. So sit back, relax, and enjoy your fun.
I guess they're all cheering someone without a mask or something.
Shout out to the aircrew there, and I presume that's a flight from the US to the UK, and God, did you see those seats? Didn't even have TV screens on them. Jesus Christ. Jesus!
Like I said, he is a potty mouth, but he also is pretty good at calling stuff out.
Beamer says, I'm glad the Vax present Toku.
So, I'm going to give you that link once more. We're going to close this one out. Sorry if it was a little loud. But Jehovah's Witness never said the end of the world. Listen, Jehovah's Witnesses are controlled. They're paused. They're a cult. Let's just put it that way. Let's just put it that way. And they have certainly changed their minds about many things. And yes, it is what was talking about the end of the world in many of the cases. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Windows 11 has a really nice video editor built into it that isn't a POS. Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's just him. Yeah, I can look past it. He's not a believer. Ben Franklin was a Jesuit himself. I wouldn't surprise me. He loved himself a little bit of French monarchy. Franklin. Let's look into that real quick before we go. Alatea. I don't like blogs. In the letter, he says the divinity of Jesus is a trivial matter, and he doubts Jesus was divine. Oh, okay, all right. Bishop Carroll. This is John Carroll, the creator of Georgetown, first archbishop in Americas. Ben Franklin and Archbishop Carroll, a friendship that goes down in history. Well, John Carroll, born in Maryland in 1735, came from a Catholic family that had several members playing an instrumental role in early American history. His older brother, Daniel Carroll, signed both the Articles of Confederation and the Perpetual Union, lovely, and the Constitution of the United States. Well, isn't that something? I did not know this. Did not know this at all. John himself would go on, there's a few other things there, I'm just reading here. John himself would go on to become the first Catholic bishop of the American hierarchy. He joined the Society of Jesus in 1753 and was ordained a priest in 1769, according to the Catholic Encyclopedia. 4 years later, however, Pope Clement XIV issued a bull suppressing and dissolving the Jesuits. By the way, he was poisoned by a fig laced with ricin, and that killed him shortly after. He did predict his death after signing that bull. The following spring, Carroll returned to Maryland, where local laws discriminated against Catholics, as they should. At that point, they should have never let him in there. There was no public Catholic church in Maryland, so Father Carroll began the life of a missionary in Maryland and Virginia. He built a small chapel on his mother's estate and offered Mass there on Sundays. Let's see. According to the website Ignatian Spirituality, that is Ignatius of Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits, Father Carroll accompanied an ailing Ben Franklin back to Philadelphia, caring for him in such a kind way that later, when asked by the Vatican to recommend a priest who would become the first bishop of the United States, Franklin offered Carroll's name. Now, if Ben Franklin wasn't a Jesuit, and he had nothing to do with him, that means nothing at this point to me. This man, for all intents and purposes, you can consider Ben Franklin a lay Jesuit. That's all I have to say about that. Who called that out? Who just rocked that? What a red pill. Barbara Simmons with the massive red pill. Thank you very much for that. But I still stand by his quote. His quote is very true. 100% true. And don't get me wrong, I don't worship the guy by any means. One thing about the Constitution of the United States, nobody trusted each other, and that's why they wrote it. Will I read a psalm before I go? I do take tomorrow off, actually. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I come back tomorrow, or the day after. So the next stream will be on Tuesday. We're going into Monday right now, so it'll be Tuesday, 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Unless, if the volcano blows up, I'll do an emergency stream. I don't see that happening tomorrow, though. Although the earthquakes are telling me this might give us a final show, at least one more final show. So yeah, we'll be doing that. Redpills and Red Rocks will be coming back, and yeah, it'll be on Tuesday, 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to funnel you guys, if you wouldn't mind. You can come meet me over here and say hello. This is Dr. Kevin W. McCairn, PhD of neuroscience, and he likes busting the old corona cause COVID. He also has a website you guys should check out as well. Hold on, just before I let you go. McCairn Dojo. There you go. That's his website there. I have seen some, I don't think he's as good at handling infiltrators. So be careful on like some of the private things that he has. They're pretty paused. But him himself, he's a great channel to take a look at. And that website, you can get all of his older stuff. Because on his channel, he pulls all his videos afterwards. Just so that he doesn't get any strikes and stuff like that. So I'll see you over there, and I'll also see you in the Discord. Remember, we do have that Discord, and you're more than welcome to join us. I will give you the link here now. Let me talk about the jab in there as well. There you go. If you haven't done so yet, please hit the like button just to get that final bump out so it can reach a few more people. And if there's anybody you think that this might benefit, please send it out there, whether it's on your Reddit, your Discord, your Facebooks, your Telegrams, your 4chans, whatever it is. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much for everybody that tuned in today. Most appreciate it, and we will see you on the next one. This has been Avidan. See you later, guys, and I'll see you over there.